Britain, in Greece, Mr. Matthew Lodge, and the Dutch ambassador in Greece, Ms. Susanna Terstal. Please join me for the discussion. So, ambassadors, thank you very much for being here with us. And allow me to have just one question in the beginning, a common question for both of you, and then we can have some personal questions. So, Greece's energy sector has been transformed. So, our national energy climate plan is being updated and trying to incorporate all the new, developments that happen day after day. The energy transition is happening very fast. We wish that it would happen very fast anyway, trying to adapt. So we incorporate measures, policies, and in order to develop and support the climate goals that have been set either by our government or the European governments, and in the same time maintain energy security, which is a very crucial aspect. How can our countries, either under the European, Union or bilaterally, collaborate and cooperate to speed up the green energy transition, and in such a complex geopolitical situations that we live every day, and it's like a living environment changing, and it's very difficult for either specific governments or the global European policy to make and set a path for the future. So
Is it on? Yeah, it's
yes.
on. Well, thank you first of all for hosting this symposium, and it's a pleasure to be here. In the Netherlands, our circumstances are different than they are in Greece. Our goal of a net zero energy system is the same. A lot of the challenges we face and the opportunities we encounter overlap. Let me give some examples. First, the energy transition will help us to be more independent. At the same time, much of the technology and crucial materials that are required come from outside Europe. Second, renewable energy resources are now mostly cheaper than fossil alternatives. In order to be effective, we need large investments in electricity grids. We will have to maintain grid stability with all these new energy sources. And third, physical space is scarce. For example, the North Sea that we share already serves as fishing ground. It is a busy shipping route and it's a highway for birds. On top of that, we use it as an energy facility. Our success depends on how we balance these different issues. In the Netherlands, we try to work on those issues, and there's lots of room for cooperation with other countries, like Greece. Let me make it concrete. Investing in renewables work, but good coordination is essential. Those of you who ever went to the Netherlands know that we have lots of wind. We capitalize on that abundance by investing in offshore wind. We are open to sharing our experience, and I've been to your islands. There is a lot of wind as well. Secondly, we cannot afford to go through the energy transition alone. We are investing in new grid connections, such as with the UK. It will help distribute the renewable energy of offshore wind parks and strengthen net stability. Greece can play a similar regional role in the Mediterranean. Lastly, since the discovery of gas in the north of the Netherlands in the 60s, we built our economy around gas. In order to repurpose this existing infrastructure for hydrogen, large scale electrolyzers are built. We are already signing MOUs with future suppliers. So, in short, what we have to do is work with what we have, share our experiences, and be creative.
Thank you.
Spiro, thank you. And for my part, delighted to be here back with you this year, and very pleased to be sat alongside Susanna. And let me just endorse everything that she said. I think let me just list 4 things where I think we can cooperate. And in some ways, the answer is in your question, because I think the first and overriding message for all of us, whatever political institutions we are part of, or used to be part of, or whatever geographical region that we're in, is that there has to be an approach of collective action, which has to take place at a global level, at a regional level, at a national level, and indeed a local level. And without that, we're not going to tackle this challenge. Secondly, is I think the point that energy security, which we've been talking about a lot over the last 18 months, and we'll come back to, I think, this morning, and action on climate needs to go hand in hand. It's clearly no good just trying to address the green transition without being mindful of the geopolitical risks and challenges of our energy security needs. And we can't just lean into guaranteeing our energy security and weaning ourselves off Russian oil and gas, for example, if we're not thinking about the climate impact of how we do that. The answer, as the experts will remind us, both for security reasons, but for just common sense in terms of consistency and supply, has to be a mix of clean technologies. And as Susanna says, those of us who are bordering the North Sea are fortunate to have a steady supply of wind. Our photovoltaic delivery is not quite the same, perhaps, as here in the Mediterranean and so on. But they're all, those are slightly glib answers, but there's an illustration there about why the mix matters. And I think the question then is, if we recognize those first 3 points, how do we do it? And there's clearly a very political point about leadership. And then again, I come back to your opening question. The UK is fortunate to be a member of the G7, a member of the G20. The Netherlands takes part in G20 meetings. Greece does not, but that mustn't become a barrier. We must be leading and working together to apportion, if you like, the challenge between us. And the power of example, which I suspect we'll come back to, but the power of example is also an important issue. So that cooperation, the openness that goes with it and makes it sustainable and feasible is really important. As we see from the COP framework, and we were privileged to chair COP26 in Glasgow nearly 2 years ago now, getting the right legal framework and regulatory framework is important, not only at an international political level, but also for industry, for investors and businesses. And we need to think about effective communications. And this is very topical in the United Kingdom at the moment, where as we are somewhere between 6 and 12 months away from a general election, this is rapidly becoming a rather political topic. So our communications and how we support those communications with clear evidence-based policy making is another really important part. And I think for the United Kingdom, for Greece, for the Netherlands, we've all got a part to play in that.
Thank you, Matthew. What really makes me happy is that eventually we will not need to discover the wheel. It's like the technologies for energy transition and the pathway and the recipe is known. I think it's more or less the same especially for the European, all developed countries. So it's not like we need to do something strange or something that really. I think it's a matter of political will and a matter of coordination, more or less. And the general this recipe definitely includes intercorrections, meaning that we need to collaborate, invest in renewables and many other things that can be really it's a palette. It's a palette with not so many options, and per country you just need to make the special selection that is really necessary or suitable for each one of us. Because it's different talking about Greece or maybe different talking about Netherlands. We have different characteristics, but overall it's the same pathway for all of us. So for specifically for both UK and Netherlands. Which are countries in the forefront of the energy transition for many years, and in the European Union, and which extent the recent energy crisis will affect your national energy and climate plans, which is very interesting. Now talking more or less last year, so we're only talking about energy. Now we really put climate, and it's like a straight, pointing out that climate is really imposing our energy decisions, which is nice. So, in other ways, what are the challenges that both your countries will face in order to step up and speed up the energy transition measures. So, Matthew, now it's your turn to start.
Thank you. Well, I alluded to this in my first response, particularly over the last 2 weeks. We've seen a lively and at times really quite difficult domestic debate in the United Kingdom. And why do I want to raise that particularly? Because I think the point that you've just said, Spiro, and we've talked about, we all accept we are fortunate in the United Kingdom, and I'll come back to this. We're fortunate that because of chairing COP26, because of the availability of established technology for wind power, offshore, onshore, because of our broader geostrategic position, that actually the public debate and recognition of the urgency of the climate challenge and the need to tackle the green transition is quite well advanced. And former Prime Minister Boris Johnson was particularly vocal on this and had people like Lord Goldsmith working with him and so on. But again, as I said a moment ago, we need to be honest. The energy crisis for our citizens, for those who elect our political masters, has presented very real difficulties and continues to do so in terms of things that impact citizens where they notice it most. The cost of living, their ability to put fuel in their tank to heat their homes, etc. So what we've seen over the last 10 days, 2 weeks in the UK, has been Prime Minister Sunak announce a series of measures that are designed to show that his government is listening to the concerns of ordinary citizens and designed to reassure those ordinary citizens that green transition is not just something for government, it's not just something for big business which offers opportunities for investment. We need to do it because we need to sustain the planet that we're living on. But it cannot and must not be done at a pace or in a way that actually makes it unsustainably difficult for our citizens over the coming 6, 12, 18 months or whatever else. So there's a series of measures that have been approached under the banner of trying to achieve a more pragmatic approach to attaining net zero. That is deeply controversial and has prompted some very strong criticism. Now, my job here is to represent the government, but also to contribute constructively to the debate here. I think our ministers recognise that. But my response would be to say, as I did at the beginning, we are only going to be able to achieve this transition if we bring our populations with us. And that's true whether we're politicians or whether we're officials or whether we're experts or whatever. So that is behind it. And I think a lot of it is also about creating the space to push ahead as hard and as fast as you can when you can, but also being able to adapt and adjust. And we are fortunate in the UK that decisions taken by previous governments mean that actually within a immediate European context, we've managed to reduce carbon emissions by nearly 50%, which is actually more than any other major economy. We've got binding targets for 2035. And whilst we're not complacent and it would be wrong and irresponsible to sort of sell short-term reassurance to the electorate on the back of, oh, we've done it, because we haven't, there is, I think, this balance to be struck. And that's where we are at the moment. So it is politically very sensitive. It's practically very difficult. But we are clear and determined that it is not going to derail us from the ultimate objective that we all share of attaining net zero and trying to get as close to 1.5 degrees so that we can protect our planet. But challenge that by all means, but that's where we are.
What is interesting is what you also said in your question. We all come from very different places and we want to reach the same goal. And our histories are different. What I mentioned in reply to your first question is that in the Netherlands, we found gas in the 60s. And it brought us a lot of wealth. It also brought us the Dutch disease. Um, and it gave a lot of problems to the citizens who live in the area where that gas was found. And especially that last point is important for what I want to say. There were a lot of earthquakes, people's houses were destroyed. There was a lot of popular uprising in a sense. So the government had decided already to stop or to lower the level of gas that we were taking from this part of the country, Groningen. Difficult to pronounce for almost everybody. But before that, all Dutch households, we cook on gas, we have our electricity, a part of it from gas, so gas is everywhere. Now, the Russian invasion in Ukraine, energy prices going up. It's even clearer that we have to get off gas. And Dutch citizens understand that because of the whole drama that we had in Groningen. So at the start of the war, when the energy prices went up, we had a lot of compensation schemes for consumer and businesses. We did decide to be less strict on coal-fired power plants, and we increased LNG. But we realized we have to get closer to net zero energy systems. So this change must come from structural measures. Increased goal for wind at sea should be doubled by 2030. And for 2050, we are now aiming at 70 gigawatts of capacity. We have set ambitious goals for solar photovoltaic. We don't have as much sun as you do, but enough to run. We are having subsidy schemes for households for energy saving technologies, such as heat pumps and insulation. We really have to get off gas. New houses won't have gas installations anymore, and older houses, they can transform. And electric mobility, and this is something I'm really proud of. 1 of 3 charging points for electric cars in Europe is in the Netherlands. Greece has some ways to go, but electric cars, I see them more and more. We discussed it. We both drive electrical cars. But also here, the EU plays a role, and I saw that the objective is to have a charging point in Europe every 60 kilometers by 2030. Something else is the electricity grid. And here, again, we can share experiences. We have now 6,000 companies on a waiting list for new or higher capacity connection. We need 100 billion euros to adapt the Dutch grid for the transition. And even if we have the money, we need skilled workers. And we all know that that is problematic at the moment. So again, what you said as well, you need not only the will, but you need good policy coordination. We need learning from each other. And we have to realize that action in the energy sector also needs action outside that sector.
Thank you both. I just catch a couple of words that both of you mentioned. Matthew mentioned about G20 and the participation of UK and also as an observer, the Netherlands. You know what? The G20 are paying 1.4 trillion for subsidies for fossil fuels, 200 and something for renewables. That's the current status, and this is the 2021 values. So subsidizing fossil fuels even today with a huge amount of money. Of course, most of European countries are doing it because of the energy crisis, because of the high prices, and this is the butter in the fossil fuel industry bread, meaning that we pay for the customers, but more or less we are paying to keep the energy prices high, extremely high. While on the other hand, the prices that we could get from Europe is very cheap. So this is a big dilemma that we are having in Europe. How can we really speed up the energy transition, and on the other hand, paying for this energy high energy prices, which is, in my point of view, it's a matter of policy and something that we really need to understand before making all these, stepping forward actions. And to come back for EVs is in Greece. Yes, we know we have a very ambitious deputy minister who has really planned on the whole scheme of electromobility in Greece. And for instance, the Hellenic Association for Energy Economics was organizing e-mobility conferences like 6 or 7 years ago, and at that time everybody was joking with us, saying, "Come on, what are you doing? This is science fiction." And now this is a must. But yes, I'm positive for e-mobility in Greece because it's something that really our government is pushing forward. Of course, we have a lot of obstacles, bottlenecks, like technical obstacles, not a matter of policy will, and it's going to take time. It's going to take time, but eventually I think we will step up. I don't know if it's going to become like Netherlands, which is impressive. One out of three chargers being in such a small country, which is everybody should have electric vehicles. Maybe you'll be the first one in Europe. But also UK is really developed, and I know I'm being there every year many times, and I can see the will that they have to step forward, even if UK is outside Europe now. I don't know if it's going to be good or bad eventually, but I think that this allows UK to really move independently of our Europe, which is, as yesterday mentioned, a big ship that moves very slowly towards the distraction anyway. But we have to check on that. So you're talking about so many technologies that really are part of the energy transition I've mentioned here: offshore wind, hydrogen, e-mobility, energy storage, and other. And in both your countries, all these technologies have really been, at least compared to the rest of European countries, quite forwarded and developed. What's your opinion is the key, and which should be the proposed actions for Greece to mature these technologies as fast as possible? So we need your advice here, and maybe your, I don't know, maybe your small recipe. How should we do it very fast?
Let me first say something about fossil subsidies. This is a debate in the Netherlands that's raging at the moment. Extinction Rebellion is occupying a very crucial part of a highway every day. So every day this is in the newspapers, and people get very annoyed with Extinction Rebellion, but the topic is on the table and it is being discussed. So even there, I think we're making headway. But on your question, what can we do? What can Greece do? And how can we cooperate? Most of it has been said already. I think an important thing is the policy coordination, having a clear policy. The Greek legal framework has been updated, is there. For the Netherlands, of course, our cooperation in offshore wind. It's a long trajectory. If we start planning now, we might have good energy from windmills maybe in 10 years. So it's crucial to begin with the planning as quickly as possible. Do it accurate, but do it fast. There are many Dutch companies that are enthusiastic about working in Greece. I talked to a company that is specialized in deep sea offshore wind parks, which with the waters you have could be extremely useful. We have to really learn from our best practices and work in this area. We had our first experiences in building offshore capacity in the North Sea, and I think there really is a possibility for cooperation there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Susanna. Spiro. Let me, a bit like Susanna did, start with a sort of 60-second political observation on your point about the G20 and others. This is not great sort of academic thought, but it's certainly my personal reflection. As leading developed liberal democracies, we, depending on your perspective, but we have shown how the impetus and drive from our voters, coupled with the capability that we have in our developed societies, in advanced technology and so on, has meant that we have been able to lead the way. And we are doing that, and we've talked already about the importance of leadership. There's also a debate which isn't aired very much here in Europe or in the developed world about from the middle income developing countries about, well, hang on, it's all very well you to say you need to speed up the green transition, but we're still in the process of large scale poverty reduction, developing our economies and infrastructures. So I don't think we should be shy about an international debate where we are in many ways leading. And I think there is an opportunity as well as a responsibility for us to do that and to show what can be done. And in many ways, far from perfect, but in many ways, that's exactly what we're doing. The UK's experience has been that it is this collective effort that's required, that there needs to be a strategy and a plan. And I think in that regard, the National Energy and Climate Plan that the Greek government is due to publish shortly is very much a step in the right direction. And then my experience talking to British companies, but also experts in the field and so on, is that having we talked about it earlier, having a regulatory framework that is understood and predictable, that actively allows the private sector, because we can't do this again with just government state funding, the private sector to map out its ambition and to deliver on it at a pace that it needs to for its own shareholders and so on, but which allows government also through incentivization, through financial support schemes, whatever, to push the pace and to an extent steer the direction. That is enormously complex. And in the UK, we've got various plans and various initiatives, and we're continuing to sort of resolve those, whether it's about creating a more beneficial tax environment, about calibrating how that regulatory framework steers the investment that is there. And so I don't think it's for others to prescribe to Greece exactly what it needs to do, but there's a huge amount of best practice, and within that best practice, some lessons that we've got wrong that others can learn from. But ultimately, it does come back to collaboration. And I'm really struck over the last 18 months that those of us around the North Sea and in Northern Europe who've been in the renewable space for quite a long time have been able to pull together politically. And again, it's nothing to do whether we're a member of the European Union or not, or whether Norway is an EFTA country or whatever. But and it feels quite regional. And I think that the messaging coming out of the Greek government, previous one, re-elected one now, about Greece's ambitions as an energy hub and partnership with Israel, with Cyprus, with Egypt, linking in with the Trans-Adriatic pipeline, all of there's a huge opportunity. And it's why our core business as diplomats in terms of regional security and stability for Greece and the Eastern Mediterranean is even more important than ever. Because if this region, and if Greece is going to be able to realize the benefits and meet the needs, then you need first and foremost a degree of regional security and trust.
Thank you, Matthew. Yesterday we had the CEO of IPTO, and this discussion about, the central role that Greece can play in as an energy hub, and not necessarily as an energy hub for fossil fuels, because we've been talking a lot about also pipelines that could cross our country, and there are several ones already, and we're talking about FSRUs in Alexandroupolis, which allow Greece to export, more or less being a hub that will export gas for other countries. And we should not demonize fossil fuels. Last year, if we didn't have Revithousa, Bulgaria, for example, would really collapse. The energy system of Bulgaria would have collapsed. So it's not the idea, but we need to be realistic and understand where we are and where we need to be in the future. And of course, Greece being an energy hub for renewables, like a pathway for energy coming. Yesterday we discussed about, and this is the first maybe that will be realized, the interconnection between Israel, Cyprus, and then Greece. The second one, maybe in terms of time frame, will be the interconnection with Egypt. But yesterday we also heard about the interconnection path and a scheme that was discussed the day before. So it's very, very recent from United Emirates. It's been like so far away, energy coming from that, renewable energy coming so far away from, and through Greece can go upwards towards the central European countries. And of course, we can talk about different interconnection, hoping that, maybe we were discussing it yesterday, 10 years ago in our conference, we were really discussing about lines on the European map, and all these lines were pipelines. Now we're making the discussion about these lines that they are electricity interconnections, and it's really, it's a change, it's a modification in the way that we are planning. And I know this discussion is a huge discussion also for the northern countries. It's an energy ally that's being now formed, and it's very interesting that we incorporate countries that otherwise we wouldn't think, like it's UK, which is okay, it's an ally country anyway to Europe, and also Norway, and all these countries really, we get allies in order to bring energy to the center European countries like Germany and other regions. So interconnection is a way of really connecting all our countries, and it's something that is very crucial. One thing I wanted to ask you about is the public opposition. It's something which is quite strange, because I can talk about Greece. People don't like fossil fuels, more or less. People also don't like, wind parks because they're ugly, because some people make money out of them. They don't like photovoltaics. Okay, don't have so much geothermal. So it's the NIMBYs. It's very typical term. And what's the status in your countries? That's something I wanted to ask.
It's a good question, and I don't think it was in the Prime Minister's latest announcements, but there has been, and there is still, an ongoing debate with government at national and local level about planning authority for whether it's onshore wind is particularly controversial. Offshore, I think there's a wide acceptance of that, although even there are constituencies, the fishing community or others, who are often a bit resistant. Look, this comes back to the point about evidence-based policy making, open and honest debate with societies about the balances and trade-offs, and trying to find an agreed way forward. I was scribbling, we haven't talked about it and perhaps haven't got time, but again, the other thing, there was an announcement earlier this week that the government has supported a regulator's assessment for drilling in a new field off the west of the Shetland Islands, the Rosebank field. And again, that's been hugely controversial. And the balance that's at play there, and I think we just need to be honest about that balance, includes, as I was, before we sat down, we're driven by the energy security point we've talked about. There is a real world sort of urgency about available and accessible sources of energy now. So it's all very well saying we can deliver a 10-year investment, but our societies need it, our economies need it now. There's a question of economic viability for whatever project or scheme you're using. And that's, if you like, on one side of the balance sheet. On the other side, there's a question about, well, the pace of change, because we have accepted that the green transition is essential. And we want to contribute to that and not increase our carbon emissions and deliver on our commitment to net zero reductions and so on. But these things are not straightforward and they're not completely binary. So we do need to be honest about the balance that is there. And that plays out in planning decisions. Some people, I still haven't made up my mind. Some people actually say that a mass of sort of wind turbines has a beauty of its own. And you can cast your mind back 150 years or a bit more, 19th century Britain and the Industrial Revolution and so on, and people, we can adapt to these things. I think the point is, only by taking a national and regional approach can you address these concerns and say, well, look, this is an area that is Natura or protected site of special scientific interest or whatever else. It's not appropriate there. How can we find intelligent, proportionate ways of still delivering on the green transition whilst addressing the legitimate concerns around aesthetics and the physical environment? And that needs a conversation.
Susanna.
Here again, countries are really different in where they come from. The public mood in the Netherlands is really changing. Gas was cheap, everywhere available. People didn't think about the problems it caused. The moment we had those major earthquakes in Groningen, you saw changes. It is about pricing. If we can get the pricing right, people don't mind where their electricity comes from, as long as it's payable. Offshore wind parks, in the beginning, there was some protest, but not a lot. You cannot drive for a longer distance in the Netherlands without seeing wind parks, so people are fine with it. The mood really is against fossil fuels. And if you look at the location of the Netherlands, we get the bad winds from everywhere, the bad water from everywhere. So there is this sense that what the neighbors are doing matters, what we are doing matters for our environment. Our government, we are in a very interesting political situation in the Netherlands at the moment. The government fell just before the summer. The issue is was migration, something the Greeks can understand. But the debate is very much open. Climate is a topic. Energy is a topic. We have new coalitions that are forming. Climate is a topic both ways. Some might have heard about this farmers' party in the Netherlands. It's about the nitrogen debate. But climate and energy and the different solutions are very much on the table. In the last few years, we saw some of the big industries leaving the Netherlands, like Shell is now more British than Dutch. There has not been a lot of public opposition against that. And the public in the end approved that we take those measures, that companies are leaving the Netherlands now.
I remember it was like, I think it was 15 years ago, maybe more, when I visited Netherlands, and it was like I got some pictures of huge wind turbines in agricultural areas, and I got it back to our students and saying, like, people, that's what's happening in Europe. So don't talk about aesthetics in the wind industry. But okay, it's a personal opinion all the times, but. We have to decide. I have a picture also in Greece that it's on the one side it's like a wind park, and everybody says, "Come on, they're ugly." And behind the guy that takes the photograph, it's a huge oil burning facility with huge chimneys, and no one sees that. This is very strange, for me. But okay, last thing is the investments, and now we have really painted them. It's like green investments in everywhere in the world, everywhere in Europe. We have the taxonomy. We have more or less a system in Europe that really prioritizes and or maybe forbids investments in the bad technologies, meaning fossil fuels or whatever. So. What are the developments in your countries in terms of green investments and the anticipated pathway in the future in order to subsidize or monetize and speed up the investments in renewables, more or less, or the other technologies that are necessary, like mostly investments in the grids and storage, which are the two crucial elements in order to speed up the energy transition. Susanna.
Yeah. Well, of course, the energy transition is already taking place, and the market moves faster than the government. Production of wind has increased. We will hit our targets for 2030 earlier. Electric mobility is an interesting one. We are doing really well there. But at the same time, if you think about electric cars, the lithium has to come from somewhere. We have lithium in Europe, but we don't want to mine it because it's so polluting. So electric electric mobility based on batteries is an intermediary phase, and we are really looking to hydrogen. The first electrolyzers are planned, and we will see the first steps in retrofitting our our infrastructure. Um, we see a shift from power production to energy storage and demand side management. Um, well, these are just some examples. There are lots of opportunities. And also, I think in hydrogen, it's interesting what you said about the situation of Greece. When you are in Brussels or in the Netherlands, Greece looks really far away. I worked in the Middle East previously, and Greece is the first country of the European Union. So it's all a question of perspective. And I think this really gives a lot of opportunities in Greece that you are grabbing already in your cooperation in the region, like we are doing in our region. And the UK is very much part of Europe, even though not in the Union. But I really believe these regional cooperations are part of our future.
Matthew.
Spiro, thank you. Just to pick up, Susanna referenced Shell now being probably more British than Dutch, but also to try and link some of the things we've been talking about with new technologies and how we're developing those. I'm not here to defend the oil and gas industry, but it is quite interesting in the UK where they are very much part of the debate. And they're now, the plan is, we've got what we call a North Sea transition deal, that in the way of these things is, there's some big numbers attached to it, but it's designed to attract investment, generate employment, help reduce emissions, but essentially is seeking to harness the role of the mature oil and gas companies in delivering carbon capture, utilization and storage enabled hydrogen. And there's a deal which commits the industry to deliver investment of between 14 and 16 billion pounds sterling, so nearly 20 billion euro by 2030, in new energy technologies, including electrolytic and carbon capture, utilization and storage enabled hydrogen production capacity. So I think that's interesting in itself. We've also got, just to illustrate some of the areas, because this is a dynamic and fast moving environment, we've got a number of programs that are particularly sort of prominent at the moment. Another one, carbon capture and storage project in the Viking area of the North Sea. This is part of this deal I was talking about by BP and Harbour Energy. It's estimated that this Viking carbon capture storage program has the potential to meet 1/3 of the UK government's target to capture and store up to 30 million tonnes of CO2 by 2030. And it's expected to unlock up to £7 billion of investment across the full CO2 capture, transport and storage value chain by 2025, 2035. So that's a huge area in a new one, but involving some old actors. In the newer space, offshore wind, there's a Hornsea development plan park for no fewer than 231 wind turbines, generating at least 2.85 gigawatts of green electricity. That's being done, the developer is Ørsted, headquartered in Denmark, but with offices in London. And then thirdly, on the storage one, and particularly in the sort of the battery technology, which is a big debate, we recently had an announcement from Tata, of course, not a European company at all, but with their own interests in Jaguar Land Rover and so on, to build a 40 gigawatt battery cell gigafactory in the UK That's over a £4 billion investment. So those are just, and there are plenty of other examples. But those are 3 illustrations of areas where they're happening here and now is big investment, new technologies, some of it still quite uncertain. I would come back to the point that Susanna's made, and we've talked about already, though. Nationally and at a European level, we need to be developing our grid infrastructure more, because it's all very well creating this new technology, but it's all got to link together. That's another point I should have mentioned in the Greek context, but yeah.
It's the only way that we can really diversify the way that we produce electricity and send it to customers, because potential customers are everywhere in Europe, and they're really striving for green electricity, which is very, very important. So we have time for one question maybe from the audience. Kostas.
Thank you very much for the excellent conversation and discussion. Both the United Kingdom and the Netherlands have been leaders in showing the way and paving the way for Europe for the energy transition. As correctly said, even more than 15 years ago. And we see that it's a long and bumpy ride, from what we also understood over the past 2 days over the discussions we had in the conference. And countries like Greece or other European countries are a little bit lagging behind on this energy transition. The Commission now is pushing forward towards that. Where do you think that your country stands? And it's a question for both of you in terms of finding the end in this green energy transition at the end of the day. Do you think we are decades away, or is it something that is coming faster in both countries?
Shall I kick off? I mean, 2 things, and I'm not just saying it because I'm sat here in Athens, but I don't think anybody who has lived in Greece this summer could say with the fires and the floods that we've got decades. We haven't got decades, and that is clear. And in the UK, we've, touch wood, been relatively lucky so far, but we are seeing increasingly evident impacts of the climate emergency affecting all of us. So we haven't got decades. You're absolutely right. It has been a bumpy ride. And I think our own experience, I can't speak for others, is that often that ride, that journey is not purely linear, because politics and other things get in the way. But that doesn't mean that we're not able to make progress and to build on that incrementally. I asked the team just to remind me where we were in terms of UK energy production generated from renewable sources. It was over 41% of our energy consumption last year was generated from renewable sources. That was something that even 10 years ago people weren't thinking about. So we're making progress, and we need to just keep going. And it's like any difficult, strategic, complex challenge. Yes, it will be bumpy and there will be setbacks, but you need to have the goal and you need to be determined in your pursuit of it. And I think we are, but we need to do it together.
Yeah, you take the words out of my mouth. The Netherlands is part of the European Union, so the debate is also very much in the European Union. The Green Deal has been on the table with the present Commission. I'm sure it will continue under the new Commission. What I find interesting in that, of course, politics, they have to listen to everybody, they listen to the public, but the market is moving faster because we see it is necessary. And I actually see that also the public, what I was referring to in the earlier question about protest, the public is moving very, very fast. Tata Steel, we have a big Tata Steel factory in the Netherlands. It's all over the newspapers now. There are protests because it turns out that the people who live near Tata Steel, they have all kinds of medical problems. So the public sees that we have to change. I think politics is forced to keep up with the public and the markets, and that we should take our role and make sure we have the right coordination and invest in the right infrastructure. And grid is a big one also here. Maybe one other thing. What we see in the Netherlands, our energy mix is very important also for industry. So it's not only households, it's very much industry as well. And how can you cater to the needs of the big industries? How can you get them greener? I think Greece is in a better position there because for you, electricity, it's almost only households.
Thank you all. It's a discussion that could go on for hours, but thank you for a lively discussion. Thank you for expressing your opinions and showing what's happening in your countries, which are very interesting. And maybe we can get examples from how we can really speed up the way that we are dealing with the energy transition. Maybe get a better way of collaborating bilaterally and also in terms of our European common energy future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We need to move. We need to make a start. Hello. Janos, nice to meet you. Yes. Let's see. Okay. Petros is here. Petros, Vasilis. Where do I sit? Vasilis, Panagiotis, Dusko. So we need to be. Hello, good morning. Are we okay to start? We're starting a few minutes late. We'll see whether we can make up the time. Good morning, everybody. I'm Yanos Michopoulos. I'm here on behalf of the New Energy Business School, which is a Dutch business school based in Groningen, as the ambassador was talking about. First of all, I would like to thank Kostas Spiros and the organizers for the opportunity to be here. And I would like to, I'll introduce a panel in a minute and invite them to give an opening talk, short, because then we would like to have questions, not only within the panel, but also with the audience. Now, I was looking at a program,
And if we are really serious about covering the program, Mr. Costas, then this panel needs to last until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I hope everybody's okay, because we are addressing every possible issue related to what's happening, climate, investments, renewable energy. But on a serious note, it's a very well put panel together because we have policy, oil and gas, renewables, and finance. I think we have covered just about every angle of the theme of the symposium. First of all, we have Petros Varelidis, the Secretary General for Natural Environment and Water Resources. We have Vasilis Tsaitas, CFO of Hellenic Energy now. Notice the change. Who has everything, And Vasilis is an old colleague from a small oil company. We work together and is in a good place to tell us about what's happening in that transition. Panagiotis Papastamatiu, who I think is synonymous to wind energy in Greece and at large, not only with his own company, but the industry association. And last but not least, Dusko, help me with the pronunciation. Kvasvarovic from UK Export Finance to cover the finance angle, but also Dusko has also a background in policy, lobbying and law and other things. So we have a good panel. I would like to start by inviting the Secretary General to give us the opening talk. And then we will take turns to give a little speech, if we may say so, and then have some conversation in the panel and with the audience. Please.
Okay. First of all, the last 2 months, we have seen a spectacular show of the consequences of climate change. I think this has resulted in some shift to the focus of policies, because up until now, we were mainly discussing about mitigation, climate change mitigation, where obviously renewables is the main tool that we have to to make that happen. Okay, it's energy efficiency as well. Okay, but I believe that okay, energy efficiency has its limits, technical limits, whereas renewables, they have a huge potential to be developed further. However, because of the natural disasters that we had in August and September, the forest fires, the mega forest fire in the Evros region and the 2 floods in Thessaly region and Evia, I think everybody realized that what until now was just a theoretical discussion about climate change adaptation should take a more tangible meaning, because now I think it is better understood from the politicians and the citizens what adaptation is about, what is the issue, and why we need to take measures to deal with it. Because when a problem is slowly developing, you don't pay attention, you get used to it. You start from a marriage of love, and you end up in a marriage of convenience. You haven't understood how did this happen, you know? Where did you lose it in the process? What happened in between? Yeah, because it's a slow process. If it's a fast event, then everybody realizes the problem. And I think we're at that point now. Of course, by no means that we should forget mitigation. Mitigation is number one. There's a lot of money invested in mitigation, and it's renewables is maybe in Greece possibly the fastest growing sector of the economy. So we shouldn't take our focus from mitigation and renewables. But at the same time, when we design new infrastructure, for example, we need also to take into account the aspect of that adaptation, something that until now was in paper, on paper, it didn't happen in reality. It was just one page in the environmental study that adaptation was taken care of. We ran a model, and we are sure that the infrastructure will be resilient for the next 50 years, and that's it. Very, very much in theory. Now, I can tell you from the ministry, we are looking for very tangible ways that we can intervene in order to make our infrastructure more resilient, so able to adapt to the new conditions, because we shouldn't fool the citizens. Well, not 4 years before the elections, anyway. We can afford to be honest with the citizens 4 years before the elections. And there are no magical solutions. I mean, next time that there's going to be a rain of that size, it's going to be a flood of that size. So we need to make sure that next time the irrigation pumps won't, be flooded and stop working. So simple things. Maybe we can raise them. We can have them 2 meters height, and just avoid the problem. So there are many simple solutions. All solutions have some cost, and we need to see how much of that cost the state can afford to subsidize, because the state cannot subsidize everything. But still, in some cases, there is a need for subsidies. We need to look at the issue of water management overall, which is a big issue, because at the same time we have droughts, we have water scarcity. In Thessaly, we have both floods and water scarcity. So we need to see how we improve our water management. And we need to educate people, both for adaptation and mitigation. And I want to end my opening intervention with mitigation, just to say that unfortunately we still see huge resentment for new renewables in Greece. And the media are used to blow up any reactions. Of course, as the politicians, we bite the bait, and then we try to manage sometimes issues that are not really there. So we have to find the right balance. We have to convince local societies, but we have to keep at the back of our mind that sometimes there are no real reactions from local societies, but there are reactions from maybe other entrepreneurs that don't like, this development, but they like their own development. So there's also another type of war behind this publicity, and it's the because the media do not go for they don't try to inform people. They try to attract the attention of the people. So if we remember that, we should judge the news under this perspective, so that we get a good sense of reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a couple of comments, if I may, and I will like to plant a question in the mind of all the speakers. First of all, I think we all share the point about the time. The time is yesterday, and I think you confirmed that, and also the previous panel, and I think everywhere we realize the time is now. I like what you cover, both the aspects of mitigation as well as adaptation, because there's different strategies and interesting debate, which planted a question I would like to plant is about the resilience, the adaptability of the mitigation solutions we have. For instance, we're developing wind farms and solar panels, etc. Are these resilient if and when events like Thessaly, etc. happens? That's an interesting question. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Vasily, over to you to tell us how the oil and gas sector are trying to change the DNA and become something else.
Thank you, Yano. Kalimera to all, and many thanks to the Association of Energy Economics for having me and giving me the opportunity to participate in this panel. So I think it's important to understand the expectations on the energy transition and the role that each of the subsector will play. Certainly, renewables has a key role, but we need to make sure that we understand considerations around the more traditional, let's say, energy sectors. This is very relevant for us at Hellenic Energy because we've been traditionally producing molecules, but we're now moving also into electrons. And we see that both will have a significant role to play. You can't do with one of the two only, certainly. And I think it's important to set the scene and basically tackle the objectives that we have to consider in the energy transition journey. And we should never forget that, okay, number one is sustainability. The Secretary General mentioned that in Greece, we've recently seen the pressing need to change and get as close as possible or even succeed on the targets. The second is cost. This has to be done in a way that is affordable for consumers and for industries. We should never forget that. Otherwise, it will be a problem for governments and then again for consumers. And it's a catch-22 that we cannot get away with. And, you know, we were coming from a relatively long period of affordable energy prices that changed recently. And we need to see how we should never forget that we need to deal with that. The third one is security of supply. Again, I will refer to the recent energy crisis. Geopolitics have always been playing a role in the sector. We've been susceptible to shocks with significant negative impacts, and we've seen that recently. So making sure that we have the right energy at the right cost and making sure that this is guaranteed, we need to tackle for all three, because if we miss on any of the three, then there will be that will mean that we'll certainly run into trouble and have to redesign our policies. So, you know, it was mentioned also in other panels, energy transition is a journey, right? So we know the end game, certainly, but it will take time. It will cost a lot. And that has to be clearly communicated to all and see, you know, how we deal with the back and forths in order to get there. Our traditional business is oil and gas, right? So there's no doubt, as much as we hate it, is that we're going to need fossil fuels for a few more decades to come. So no matter what kind of projection you take into account, oil and gas will be a significant part of the energy mix, both in terms of percentage as well as in terms of absolute numbers. So, you know, rather than saying, you know, we don't like it, you know, shut down petrol stations and facilities, we need energy for the reasons that we mentioned before in the right mix. So we need to see how this industry plays along the energy transition. And certainly the initial target is to decarbonize processes. And it was also mentioned before, carbon capture is a very carbon capture and storage initially, and we'll discuss about further ways to go around. Energy efficiency, certainly this is a cut-across theme across on all industries, but even more relevant for energy industry. And after decarbonization and reduction of emissions at the process level, then you have to move on how we decarbonize our products. So then we need to see how we utilize captured CO2, for instance. We combine it with energy carriers like hydrogen, and we change the energy mix at the consumption in a way that has a positive impact and contributes to our targets. And we kind of redesign and redefine the industry. Our what we would call liquid fuels business as an industry is very well placed to lead the transition. I mean, we've been talking about hydrogen economy, right? So our industry, refining, are the largest producers and consumers of hydrogen worldwide. So around 40% of hydrogen currently produced and consumed is actually done by refiners. So there is a know-how and can set the base for the evolution of hydrogen into blue. We talked about the carbon capture and storage, and green further on. The other is the fact that usually is the same business, the same groups that have the networks that currently supply liquid fuels and will in the future be able to supply the alternative fuels, whether it's bio as an interim or further on carriers or hydrogen fuel. And electromobility, certainly that it's also part of the solution. So at Hellenic Energy, on those lines, we're in the process of developing several projects. So on the decarbonization, there's a number of energy efficiency projects on all three of our refineries. And we're also starting the development of a carbon capture and storage project at our Lesfina refinery for the conversion of, let's say, currently gray hydrogen into what we would call blue hydrogen, right? And you know, this is a significant project in terms of scale. We're talking about abatement of around 550,000 tons per annum. So this is close to 15 to 20% of our scope 1 emissions. So it's a big step, and it's important to have to be able to go ahead and implement this. So it's a number one priority. It's actually the largest contributor to our decarbonization plan. At a smaller scale, we're also planning to even more quickly start the development of a 10 megawatt electrolyzer powered by on-site photovoltaic at our Lesfina refinery. That will to produce green hydrogen. That will initially displace gray hydrogen currently produced at the refinery. Then you have, like in more, let's say, future projects and more ambitious, we're at the pre-feasibility stage of a project that will, with a significant photovoltaic capacity and a direct line that will transfer electricity to our Thessaloniki refinery. It will satisfy the needs of the refinery as a whole. That includes obviously behind the meter storage facilities, and the excess of the production will be power and electrolyzer to produce green hydrogen as a carrier again, either for syn fuels or methanol or ammonia. So all these projects will take us where we want to be. On the green part, because you should never forget that, yeah, we've been in the molecule for long and people know us for that as our core business. Over the last few years, we've come a long way to become the largest PV producer, the largest PV operator and producer in Greece, total 356 megawatt of operating capacity in the country, and that includes a recent market entry in Cyprus, mostly PV, but also wind. Significant pipeline of around 4 gigawatt across technologies. We have a target initially to get to 1 gigawatt of capacity in the next couple of years, and we have the projects following market entry in Cyprus and Romania. So we now will be operating in 3 countries very soon. Romania is in development phase. Greece, obviously, and Cyprus are operating. And so we have certainty in order to achieve the target of 1 gigawatt operating capacity, and more than double that by 2030. And that does not include offshore winds. Well, it's a longer term, but when the sector starts the journey in Greece, we're certainly going to be part of it, to have already a partnership with RWE. In the interest of time, I think I'll stop here, open a few items, and can come back on the others. Thank you.
Thank you.
Over to you.
Thank you, Vasily. Vasily started by reminding us of this famous trilemma, the triangle, which is not only sustainability for the energy transition, but is also cost and security of supply. And we need to move within that triangle, pushing the boundaries appropriately. And you also reminded us that the whole is a journey, work in progress, as they call it in the UK, from molecules to electrons and other projects. I will wait to hear from everybody, and I'll come back to you because I have some questions, because I know you've done something also on the finance side. Also, you've done something on the corporate governance, which is also an interesting part of our supposed to be on the panel. And prepare for me to ask you a difficult question about the cultural change, the DNA change of the oil and gas industry into something else, which is the renewable part, with hydrogen, different colors, etc. Thank you, Vasily. Panagiotis, a veteran of the wind energy, and I mean it in a positive way. And these guys have been talking about wind energies in the 90s, when it's like space industry today. Well, that was wind industry in the 90s. Panagiotis, not only what's happening today, but what's your vision, expectations, challenges for the future, 2030, 2050?
Thank you, Janos. Thank you, the organizers, for the invitations. I'm obliged to say that I don't consider myself a veteran. Okay, I'm only.
Meant it as a compliment.
I'm only 52, and also I'm not a veteran. There are pioneers and people in our sector, much more important than me, who had created this sector, both from the public and the private sector during the 80s.
That's a better word, pioneer, no veteran. I apologize.
I'm not. So, yes, this is a challenging panel. I would like to start with a general comment about the big picture, or how I anticipate the energy transition on a more strategic level. What is the reading, how we read the energy transition. And I will start with 2 figures. If we will achieve a climate neutrality by 2050, that means that in Greece, we will have achieved a reduction of our energy consumption by almost 25%, and at the same time, increase of the electricity consumption 3 times. We are going to triple the electricity consumption in Greece by 2050, while at the same time reducing the whole energy consumption by 25%. This is a revolution. We are not speaking here only for an energy planning process. Energy transition is a strategy who will change our daily life. Obviously, electrification is a very important dimension in this process. Electrification of it is what we were calling some years ago power to X. Electrification of mobility, storage, hydrogen, heat, everything. So only one few examples for our daily life. This achievement means much more clean air in Athens, in our cities, and much lower noise in our cities. Imagine this picture for our cities in 2050 and how this will change the life of our children. However, we are speaking about a revolution here. And if we realize this, the next thought is to say, all the discussions we are doing right now about projects under implementation, reactions against these projects, 2 wind turbines here, some wind parks there in a mountain and some photovoltaics, is only a very, very limited part of this great picture. In 10 years or in 20 years, if we are honest, when we say that we want to achieve climate neutrality by 2050, all of these discussions will be only a detail. What we need to do is much, much more. We need renewables, of course, storage, and grids. It is a total different strategy for the design of our electricity system. And of course, all this infrastructure, in order to make a small comment which is related with the topic of our panel, all this infrastructure should be resilient to the climate change. And I have to say that we have some examples now with the Daniel phenomenon in Thessaly. I spent two days, 1 week after the Daniel storm in Thessaly, and I saw photovoltaics in Thessaly area who faced a lot of problems, damages. There are projects who have totally collapsed. So the same applies to grids. That means that when we design a project, of course, we will look for the potential, we will look for the accessibility. Obviously, now we need to look also a proper siting and a proper design in order to accommodate future extreme phenomena like Daniel or Elias. Now I will now have my hat of wind energy, and I will say that I have the belief that wind energy is by default more resilient on climate change or such kind of phenomenon than other kind of renewables.
And this is not a biased opinion, it's a honest opinion.
It is a biased opinion. But I had this picture when I was driving around Thessaly last weekend, 2 weekends before. Now, having said that, the next thinking is the policies that we should apply. And there are, yes, 2 dimensions of these policies: mitigation, this is energy transition, plus adaptation, to build our infrastructure and adapt our ways of life to not to be affected so much by this phenomenon. I will say both are very important. However, I will say that we need to avoid the dilemma here. I can see a tendency, a kind of risk, who there are forces against renewables. There are all these actors who may not believe in climate change or in the role of renewables in tackling climate change. And I have started feeling that there is a trial from these powers to put a fake dilemma. And this fake dilemma says, we cannot mitigate, forget renewables, forget storage, forget the grids. Let's invest only to adaptation. Let's put all our money to adaptation. This is a fake dilemma. Policy is very important on these issues in order to tackle on an equally and balanced way both policies. The third and final comment, Janos, is the following. The responsibility of the government and the political parties, and in general the responsibility of the state stakeholders to explain and to present these strategic challenges of the energy transition to the people. This is a continuous process. It is not only to inform about cheap energy for renewables, about no environmental impacts from wind parks. It is not only this. the government has a responsibility to explain this big picture of energy transition, to go aggressively and explain that energy transition is an investment for the future. Otherwise, we will continue seeing articles, even in a serious newspaper, speaking about the cost of energy transition, speaking about increasing prices of energy due to energy transition. And this is a responsibility not of the private sector. Of course, the private sector can support, can explain, but the power and the reliability to perform this information and to pass this information and this message to the general public is on the state, on the governments and the political parties. And we need here a policy and market and advertising policy like we did 2 years ago during the pandemic crisis. Every day the state should pass this message in order to avoid the problems that we will face in 1, 2, or even less time period, years, even less time period, of strong reactions, not against single projects, but against the idea of energy transition due to the fault and the misinformations spread around to the general public.
Thank you, Panagiotis. You see how well coordinated this panel is? We started by talking about the dilemma between adaptation and mitigation. We talked about the technology. And when we start talking about details, Panagiotis brings it back into the policy issues, anticipating a question that I'm going to ask to the Secretary General about European policies. But I can assure you we spent about 2-3 hours yesterday rehearsing and coordinating. Now, Vasilis talked about the transition that they're doing, and all these transitions, he also talked about the cost. And last but not least, we have Dusko, who will cover that cheap finance angle. I know you're coming from
Free finance.
I know you're coming from a particular perspective, which is
free finance, of course.
Export Credit Agency, which I remember dealing with it some years ago when I was selling wind turbines and dealing with the Danish. It looked like an exotic financial tool, but today it's becoming mainstream. And Dusko will demystify and will help us understand what could it mean for us in this part of the world.
Thank you, Yanis. Thanks so much. And given the agency I'm representing, you can easily call me a veteran because UKEF is the world's oldest ECA, over 100 years in operation. Thanks a lot, really, for having me here. Thank you, the organizers, for inviting me. And I think it's really, there's a lot of interesting angles we can share on how ECA finance, when I say ECA finance, I refer to Export Credit Agency finance or trade finance in general, how it's called alternatively, what ECA finance can do to speed up and actually reinforce the climate change and climate change mitigation in the first place. So maybe just a couple of words about trade finance in general. I've been talking yesterday to a lot of people also outside, but a little bit just to introduce people, and then I will come to how this can actually be used within the projects in Greece, in Romania, in the Balkans. So I'm living and working from Belgrade. I'm covering Central and Eastern Europe and Balkans on behalf of UK Expo Finance. And what is UK Expo Finance? It belongs to this trade finance family. And when we talk about trade finance, we talk about unusual finance. We talk about niche finance. So it was always considered to be some sort of alternative finance mechanism. Why alternative? Because in the past, it's been used mostly, especially before the crisis in 2008 and 2009, it was used to finance unusual export deals that normally commercial banks wouldn't be willing to offer support for easily. Aerospace, sales of commercial aircrafts, defense deals, different kinds of, export products that normally couldn't be financed easily through the market offer of commercial banking or regular banking. And after the crisis, trade finance grew a lot in the world. So trade finance organizations such as UKEF, SACE from Italy, OEKB from Austria, ETF, EKV from Denmark, they have started supporting exports from their countries to the countries of origin because actually banks after the crisis were also very risk averse, right? So they didn't want to lend money that easily. The pipeline was very narrow and they only wanted to go for a very safe business models and very safe lending. And this is where the export finance generally started growing in the world, supporting different kinds of export deals. Nowadays, UKEF is, as I said, one of the oldest, if not the oldest world export credit agency. We have portfolio about 45 billion globally. And a lot of that portfolio is actually going into the renewable energy projects. And I can say that last year we've been rated as the most sustainable ECA in the world. And I think we have, for the past 2 years, have managed not to support even one financing project which was related to carbon energy at all. So now coming back to the renewable energy and how we can actually help it work out and unlock additional funds actually for developers across the region to reinvest even more and to speed up the process. Everybody says that there's a lot of money on the market and there are a lot of investors and there's really a lot of money, so you just have to go and grab it. But in reality, financing is not easy, and it's never been easy. And especially if you talk about the project finance, it's never been easy. And especially if you talk about new technologies like hydrogen, very high tech and battery storages, there's a lot of volatility and a lot of unknowns around these projects, offtake, commercialization, because many of these projects have not been paid off yet in many, many countries. So there are a lot of question marks around. What UKEF can bring to this market? UKEF can bring very flexible finance for companies like yours to develop wind projects, especially offshore wind projects, big PV projects, battery storages, hydrogen-related projects, by just having part of the supply tied to the UK. So we normally say there are two ways to explain it. 20% of UK content within a project will allow you to finance up to 95% of the value of the project, or any purchase from the UK, we can multiply ×5 and allow you basically to get better terms by the banks to finance your project. So this is, when it comes to the content requirements, very low. And if you're into onshore wind, pretty much every offshore wind park in Europe or in the world will have UK components, even if you know or don't know about it. Almost all offshore wind turbines are manufactured in the UK, so any producer will normally have blades from the UK, underwater cabling, different kinds of technology and services included. What I was trying to say, yes, so flexibility and the UK content on one side, and then we come to something that I think is very interesting. It's repayment terms spread. So if you go to a bank and look for the project finance, banks normally don't like to lend money on long horizons. Banks like short cycles so they can multiply business cycles as much as possible and earn as much as possible. With UK Export Finance or other ECAs, you can get, for renewable energy projects, repayment terms of up to 22 years, excluded construction time. So door to door, it can be 25 years, 27 years. And imagine now if your return on investment comes in 10 years, 8 years, 12 years, imagine how much cash flow you can relax and release from the project and redirect it somewhere else while repaying this for 22 years. Of course, repaying project in 22 years is not going to be the cheapest loan, but it's going to be a very flexible loan. And there is no commercial banking that will back up this kind of lending without an export credit agency involved. So what we in theory do, we will partner up with the developer, we will partner up with the developer bank, or find bank together on international market or a Greek market. We will pledge 100% unconditional UK sovereign guarantee on this loan on behalf of the client. We will be basically credit enhancer, AA rating. Banks will, based on our AA rating, decrease the margin, right? The cost of the financing will go down. Flexibility will go up. We will charge certain premium on top of that, but all-in cost associated with the transaction will be still very competitive to market alternatives, if not in many markets, the only ways you can finance the projects like this. So to just maybe give 2 minutes overview what is going on in the Balkans. So I'm covering a lot of regions, as I told you, a lot of countries, yes. I'm talking to multiple onshore wind developers in former Yugoslavian countries. I'm talking about financing one, probably is going to be one of the largest PV parks in the Balkans. We're talking about 1 giga battery, 1 giga solar and 300 giga battery park. There's a lot of talk about big hydro and pump storages in the Balkans. So UKEF will most likely have part in all of these deals. So I'm inviting everybody here after the panel, or just reach out to me through the British Embassy if you have financing requirement in renewable energy or any other CapEx related activity that involves, or you're willing to involve British suppliers. I'm happy to have a talk to you, especially with my colleagues in the panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Dusko. That was very interesting. You've done a very great sales job to promote the benefits of export credit finance. But on a serious note, we have been discussing how challenging some of these transition games are, and certainly not so big enough to require collaboration. And here we're talking even in the space of the finance, because the numbers are big, the projects are huge. So collaboration is the name of the game, and you alluded, and thank you, Dusko. I would like to come back to the panel and ask one question and give them a minute and a half or two, because I would like to leave some time for the floor. Secretary General, I know your title says Greece. I'm going to ask a European question, if I may, because we're talking about policy, and I would like, what is your view on the European legislation, the European policy? You think they cover adequately all the issues that we're talking about now, sort of mitigation, adaptation, and you can be as open and careful as you want to be? I know it's digitally consumed, but digitally transmitted, but we'd be grateful for your wider perspective.
Yeah, first of all, Greece is part of the EU, so we need to be active also at the European level, since the environmental legislation comes mostly from the EU. So at the beginning of times, adaptation and mitigation were at an equal foot. Later on, because mainly of the ETS, and then also the regulations for CO2 emissions from various types of vehicles, and then the ILUC regulation for the renewables in the fuels. The mitigation part became very concrete, and got a lot of money behind it, because there were investments involved. Also, CCS is a new area of investments. So lots of money and focus goes to mitigation, and adaptation so far has remained at the level of EU adaptation strategy. So very soft policy. We think that this should change. We think that the EU has added value to offer to the national adaptation policies, and I'll give you a very simple example that you understand, because we had that incident with the floods. We have this directive for the flood directive, that requires the flood hazard maps. These maps, by law, but by the directive, they have to be with a return period of 50 years and with a return period of 100 years, and a longer one. We said nationally 1,000 years, schematically. The problem with that is that in reality, the level of certainty to show that this is a return period of 100 years or 50 years is very low. And we see that where we had in Thessaly,
The floods.
we had, in 3 years, because we had the Anos 3 years ago, in 3 years we had 3 incidents that, in Larissa, Karditsa, Trikala, it was of the size of, of the repeat period of 200, 300 years. In Volos, it was, 1,000 years. So this cannot be a coincidence. And the problem is that when you have a map that you give to the Ministry of Infrastructure or the Ministry of Civil Response, and you talk about something that can happen once every 100 years or once every 1,000 years, who cares? I mean, it's not going to be taken seriously in the you have good chance that it's not going to fall under your your term.
Probabilities are on your side.
Yeah. So you don't bother. So we need to change that. So we intend at the next ministerial council, the minister Skylakakis intends to ask the Commission to review the flood directive in order to become closer to a real operational tool, and in order to also better pass the message to the citizens that we're not talking about an event that is going to happen once every 100 years, because that's we cannot say that. We talk about, for example, X amount of water. So if you have X amount of water, you have that flood. So then it becomes more real and can be communicated better also to the citizen, and we don't need to apologize why there was a cataclysmic rain.
So you're optimistic that things will happen.
Yes, of course.
And we can quote that because that's part of the challenges we have in our times, is that politicians, and I don't mean you, of course, politicians everywhere, that they don't fully appreciate the long timelines that needed in the energy and infrastructure space. And you're talking about hundreds and something years. Politicians' horizons is, what can I do this weekend? What can I do next month, etc. Anyway, Vasilia, thank you. Vasilia, I would like to ask one question. I know you're doing a lot of projects and you're making a lot of changes and developments. Did you get some hope and some encouragement from what you heard from Dusko on the finance side? And I know you've done recently a small little deal, which you might give us 1 or 2 words on that.
Thank you, Yano. Certainly worth discussing about it and taking the bat from Dusko on what's the optimal way, let's say, to finance renewables. There's no right answer, obviously, but let's try to see what we've done and how close we got to that. So last July, we announced a framework agreement with 2 leading Greek banks for the financing of project financing of renewables in Greece on a fully non-recourse basis. The agreement is for committed available funds of up to 566 million, with an additional 200 million tranche that can be an add-on on those. The agreement provides so the agreement is available at the level of Hellenic Renewables, which is our parent company for all renewable developments. And effectively, Hellenic Renewables can designate and select the projects that can draw from those funds for their to arrange into individual project finance structures. So it's important to highlight also that there are clear eligibility criteria. So and when you look at the project either for development or for acquisition, immediately you know whether it's bankable or not. The agreement provides for wind, onshore wind and PV in Greece, for all revenue models, including PPAs with the system with the PEP, either FIT or FIP. It provides for commercial PPAs with third parties and also allows for some merchant part. So it's really something that will support us in the next few years and give us certainty for developing all models. Terms are very competitive at both Greek and international level, so they can get us to the best possible leverage of returns for our equity. It's an agreement which is a first for Greece. It's the first time that such a framework agreement has been announced in Greece, and certainly one of the largest long-term financial structure in Europe. In terms of structure, it's flexible but very fit for purpose. You have tenors of up to 20 years, so very, very long term. And will certainly support our growth. It's sufficient capacity to get us to the gigawatt for the next 2 years. So we have the projects, we have the financing, so it's a matter of time of achieving our target.
Watch this space. This is a big promise. Remind me of my time in DESFA. We signed a big number to finance some big projects that DESFA is doing, but you exceeded. Your numbers are bigger, not by a lot, but bigger. Thank you, Vasily. That brings me to Panagiotis to say, okay, as you hear, big companies are moving with the help of various fancy finance tools into a mix of technologies towards paradise, which is the energy transition, etc. And I know you have a biased opinion because you come from wind, but in a minute and a half, because I like to leave 5 minutes for the audience, you think we have the right balance? And I'm thinking about the 2030 national action plans, etc. Do we have the right balance between the various technologies? Should we be a bit more biased or focused? You have 1.5 minutes to do your sales speech.
Okay, disclaimer. I have also invested in some photovoltaics, so I don't have a biased opinion. I have the correct opinion. Now, yes, speaking for 2030, our, let's say, anticipation, our criticism that we have made to the plans for the energy planning announced by the ministry is that we are feeling that we need a more balanced mixture of technologies between wind and photovoltaics and small hydro in relation with what have been included in the scenarios presented up to now. Why? Because wind energy is producing every hour of the 24 hours of a day. So this reduce the balancing cost, reduce the requirements for additional investments in infrastructure like storage, and we feel that this maximize the value of renewables for the consumer. Plus, it is an asset, it is a strategic advantage for our country because in our neighborhood, speaking about Italy, Balkans, Turkey, and Greece, the two areas who have very rich wind potential is Greece and the western coast of Turkey. These areas, Greece has much more wind potential than other neighboring countries. So we're expecting that especially Balkans and Italy will mainly achieve their targets through photovoltaics. That creates value, more value to the electricity produced during the hours where we don't have sun. That means wind energy from Greece and from Aegean Sea. While when we were producing energy with our photovoltaics during noon, most probably all our area will produce electricity, the grids will saturate it, or the prices will be zero or near zero. So from these two perspectives, value during the all day plus a geopolitical strategic advantage for our country, we feel that we need a much more balanced energy mix for 2030.
Thank you. Very clear point. Thank you. Last but not least, Dusko, and I take your offer to be available for coffee to discuss details, but I'm eager to ask you one question about your requirements, and this is a dreaded 3-letter requirement called ESG. Do you incorporate this into your financing considerations, or is it something that...
Thanks for the question. And absolutely, we are trying to be, as I told you, the leading world leading sustainable ECA. So ECG requirements for us are extremely important. We are really trying to be hard on those because we would like to be, to see economy transforming. And this is the government priority. So for us, it's priority as well. I think we are just having a standard ECG requirements for like any other European bank. So we are talking about Equator principles, IFC performance standards in capital infrastructure. So nothing beyond that, but also nothing below that. So I think we are very competitive with other lenders and we can easily find the common language. So in that regard.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Super. Thank you for leaving about 4 minutes for any questions from the audience. I know we're competing with your coffee break and other things, but there's the opportunity. Policy. What's that?
I have a question.
You have a question? I'm not sure if that's allowed. This is... Go on, Panagiotis, let's ask a question.
I have a question for Dusko. I would like to specify a little bit what you told about the process of project finance and what you provide in terms of project finance for floating offshore wind. So my first question is, from your experience, honestly, I don't know, is there any already closed project finance from commercial bus for floating wind for the whole project? I know for some parts of the project, for example, there was, I think, a small part of project finance for a project for a part of the wind float in Atlantic, but I'm not sure. So this is a question for your experience. And then the question for your entity, for your agency, how do you see that? Can you combine your offers for financing for floating offshore now or in some years?
To be honest, I'm not an engineer, so floating for me it's just an offshore wind. So I don't know. To be honest, the answer on that question, I know we've been financing a lot of offshore wind farms, and we are actually a pipeline in that is very strong. Some of the largest offshore wind farms in Taiwan, or Formosa 1 and 2, are financed by UKEF. So I don't know, but what I know and what I can say in principle is that our project finance team and risk analysis team is really trying to be very, very flexible. Obviously, we don't want to be overexposed to risk, and we've been proven to be not overexposed and manage risk very well. But we are really happy to look into new technologies. I told you something that other banks or other ECAs haven't supported so far. So I think as long as everything fits in the economic sense, it could be supported.
But that's your homework, Dusko, to go back and check and give an answer to panel. There's no such a thing as a free trip to Athens with hospitality, etc. You need to do some work. Okay, any last question from the audience or from the panel for that matter? My apologies. Yes, Spiro?
Okay, thank you for the discussion. It was very enlightening. So just one comment maybe for the executive secretaries. I don't know if in Greece we are proactive or we are acting after the climate change events. That's something that we should really consider, and we need to be proactive now. We know climate change is coming. We know that these events we are talking about every 1,000 years. I think we'll be talking about this every year. We had a huge flooding event also in Crete last. It was very soon. So it's like if you start adding these up, it's a lot in 1 year. And unfortunately, I think this will be like every year we'll be talking about. This will be becoming like United States, that we have hurricanes every year. It's the new reality in the Mediterranean, especially. One thing in one, other is something maybe.
Spiro, just one at a time to ask the Secretary General. First of all, you need to tell us how you translate proactive into Greek. And I'm not being funny.
Proactive.
Proactive. I don't think that we understand in our culture what's the word proactive.
We need to think before act, and doing that. We need to act before prevent. You know that. You know what proactive is.
I think it was a comment. It's a bad comment. No, the answer is that you're right. What used to be considered as something very unusual, it seems that it happens every year or many times per year. So clearly we need to change the way we do things. Actually, that's exactly what we're doing right now in the ministry as regards floods. I spend most of my time in the ministry trying to figure out together with the minister how we will reorganize the proactive part of doing business, because of course the emergency response is also a big issue, but it's another ministry's competence. But yes, there are going to be huge changes in the way we do things, because we cannot afford to have such damages caused by the natural incidents every year.
Thank you. And I would like to stop here, Spiro, if that's okay. I'm looking at the time, and I know we are running a little bit behind and we have coffee. And I would like to really stay on that positive note, on a serious note, that if we are, collectively speaking, and particularly in our country, a bit more proactive, that journey that Vasilis mentioned, we can accelerate it a little bit. So I would like to thank all the panel members and yourselves for the attention. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, good morning, everyone, from me as well. We are continuing with the third day, the last day of our conference. We have the honor to have with us the Secretary General of Transport, Mr. Ioannis Xifaras, who will be giving the keynote address of the day, talking to us about how green energy transition is affecting the transportation sector and vice versa, where the latest developments on e-mobility and the work that has been done from the government and the ministry in particular on this sector of e-mobility, which we have heard a lot even this morning from the ambassadors of the Netherlands and the United Kingdom, which are quite ahead of the curve, let's say, in this respect. And we are indeed catching up fast as a country, and we are doing huge leaps in terms of developments in e-mobility. And we would like to hear from the person responsible for all this in Greece. So, Mr. Xifara, the floor is yours.
So, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank you very much for this invitation. The organization, for one more time, seems to be quite efficient, and every year you are improving the agenda, you are improving the list of the guests, and once again we are in a nice environment with people related and well experienced in the market of energy. So thank you for this honor to be part of this event. Regarding the energy sector, the energy consumption, the environmental perspective of the transport sector, it is, I assume it is well known to all of you that is one of the priorities of the Greek government and the Ministry of Energy and Transport. This year, we were quite pleased to be awarded, let's say, the electromobility, which has been part of the scope of the Ministry of Energy, Environment and Energy. As we all understand, the first step to improve and to expand the e-mobility sector is, first of all, to ensure that you have the capacity in the energy network, in the transition system and the distribution network, in order to support the charging infrastructure. So this is the specific reason why this was up to now part of the Ministry of Energy. I want to welcome also the Secretary General of Energy who just came. So this is quite easy to understand why this was up to now a part of the scope of the Ministry of Energy. But as there has been a serious progress on that sector, on the infrastructure, on the capacity of the network, and there has been now, it has been now the time to pass these responsibilities to the Ministry of Transport, so to start introducing the e-mobility as a serious percent of the transportation system. The first step has already been implemented, and we have to congratulate for this the Ministry of Energy. So now we have to go to the next step and import in an efficient way the electric cars, the electric micromobility vehicles to our system. Something that has been very important up to now, in general, in the urban transport system, is to expand and to make better, more efficient the urban transport system. As we all know, it is very important and very efficient for the urban environment to ensure that we are moving from place A to place B with public means of transport. This is because even if it is not implemented up to now with very efficient and environmental friendly means of transport, nevertheless, it is much better for the environment and for the carbon emissions and for the congestion in the center of the city, it is much better in comparison with moving with our private cars. So this is something that we had in our agenda quite seriously. But on top of that, we need to ensure that our fleet is new, is environmental friendly, is not producing carbons, is not producing noise, and it is also appealing to the users. So we are creating a motivation on that. This is why we have run a big tender for new buses, electric and CNG buses, and we are quite happy to be in the position to sign next week the first contract in Greece for 250 electric buses. Part of them is going to be delivered in the city of Athens. To be more specific, 140 buses are going to be delivered in the city of Athens, and 110 of these buses are going to be delivered in the city of Thessaloniki. On top of that, we are continuing with another lot of the tender for another batch of 100 buses, and in the meantime, we are also producing the next tender, which is going to be for 650 buses, electric or hydrogen. We are working on the mixture, and we are going to be in position to issue the tender on the second quarter of 2024. On top of that, we are also working in order to finalize the contract for another 300 CNG buses, which is part of the first tender. CNG is not phased anymore from the European Union as a zero-emission technology, but we all know that it is quite better than the diesel buses that we are working up to now. So we are discussing about a total mixture of 1,300 buses. This is something very important for the environment and the energy efficiency of the transport system here in Greece. Another issue that we are already working, there is a program in the AR for electric taxis. This program is going to fund 2,000 electric taxis with a budget of about 22.5 thousand euros for its taxi. And we are also working on the expansion of the charging infrastructure, so to ensure that we are going to have charging points to the taxi areas, because up to now we have checked that there is no serious interest from the market because of the fact that we do not have the proper infrastructure in the taxi parkings. So we are working on a project which will be more accurate in the next weeks in order to expand the network in the taxi areas. On top of that, we have understood quite well that in order to expand the e-mobility in the private car sector, you need to also expand the infrastructure network. You need to expand the charging points network, because we all know that, you know, in the previous years, all the Greek families had the opportunity to have 2 or 3 cars. Nowadays, this is not the trend. Nowadays, the trend is that each family wants to have 1 car, and this car has to be efficient and useful for all the everyday activities that he has to do. So if you do not have the opportunity to know where you are going to charge your car, or if you do not have the opportunity to know that you can travel with your car from Athens to Thessaloniki, because you do not know where the charging points during the route are going to be, or even if you know where you have charging points, but you do not know if they are available, then you are not taking the brave decision to buy an electric car. So what we have done, we have taken advantage of the fact that in the Ministry of Energy and Transport, we have the database of all the public charging points in the country. So we created an application, which is the first application that gives the opportunity to the drivers to have real-time information for all the public charging points throughout the country. Each day, if you want to check, you can go to elektrokίνηση.me, .me.gr, and you can check that each day there is a number of charging points that it is added on the number of the previous day. And you are going also to check, even if you want from the application, which is named Recharge on your iPhone, you can check which is the nearest charging point wherever you are. What is the cost of charging your car there, if the charger is available, if it's occupied, if it's operational. You can find a lot of information there. When we started working with the previous government on that, on 2019, if I remember correct, but even if it is not quite accurate, more or less it is this number, we had 58 charging points throughout the whole country. Right now, we are about 4,000 charging points. We are, today, probably we are about 3,900, something like that. This means that we have done very, very serious steps on the infrastructure. And this results, together with the funding programs, Κινούμε ηλεκτρικά, Φορτίζω παντού, and all the programs that are undergoing right now, this results in the fact that we have about 10% of the new cars that are bought, about 10% is electric cars. What are the next steps? The next steps, as I told you, for the urban transport system, as I told you for the private cars and the charging points, the next steps are towards this direction, but with even braver decisions. As I told you, we are going to run a tender for 650 buses, which are going to be, almost all of them are going to be electric buses. We are going to work in the next weeks in the Ministry of Transport in order to announce the next funding program for electric cars. We are working in order to support the real need for e-mobility, and we are working in order to try to even create a bigger budget on that. There is an ambitious goal from the Greek government, which is driven by the European Union, in order to ensure that after some years we are going to be in position to buy only electric cars. What we want to do with the policy that we are driving right now is we want to ensure that we are going to give the real opportunity to the citizens, to the consumers, to the drivers, call them as you wish, it's the exact same thing, that we are going to give them the opportunity to be in position to buy and to operate electric vehicles in an efficient way. Whoever has used up to now an electric vehicle knows that it is quite an experience and is somehow, you know, in love with e-mobility. But up to now, electric cars are expensive. They are not easy to use them throughout the whole transport system. So what we need to do is we need to support the citizens to fight these two big problems. One is with the funding programs that are undergoing and will keep continue. And the second thing is related with the infrastructure and the charging network, which is expanding throughout the next years. The goal for 2025, according to Mr. Staikouras, is to proceed with a network of 11,000 charging points. From the day that the minister announced that back in July and up to now, we are quite optimistic that we are going to be not in position just to catch that number, but to have much more better results than that. So the next step is that we need to create culture. We need to really introduce e-mobility to our big cities. And this is the next difficulty that we have to face. It is, I believe, quite interesting that we have here with us today Mr. Doukas, who is quite well-oriented on that subject. And he's going to be also, in the next years, for sure, one of the important stakeholders on that, by whatever role he's going to have, even as a professor on the sector, or even hopefully as the next mayor of Athens. Allow me to say that even though we are friends, I support someone else, but I think that I can consider, okay. So more or less, this is the strategy. This is what we have done up to now, and I am quite interested to listen to the next speeches. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Xefaras, for this speech and for giving us a few details about what you have been doing over the past years in accelerating both the energy transition, but in particular in the transportation sector. We have also the chairman of the Regulatory Authority for Energy and Water and Waste, now with a new name, Mr. Dagoumas, and I have to say that also they have been doing an excellent job integrating the platform that you just mentioned in a tool which is fantastic. It's very pioneering, if I may say, for Europe. So Greece is paving the way sometimes with some new, interesting and innovative things. With that said, I would like to also say that it's an honor that we have together with us Professor Haris Doukas. He is an expert in the field. He's a professor in energy economics, in energy technologies, and he has been leading also as part of PASOK the energy dialogue over the past few years, and now we need to wish him the best of luck also in his latest endeavor, the latest effort that he's doing to participate in the round of becoming a mayor of the city of Athens. So good luck with your endeavor, and the floor is yours for your keynote address.
So thank you very much, Kostas. It's been an honor to be here today and address such a distinguished audience with many good friends also. And it's always nice, to be part of the Energy Transition Symposiums. It's the 8th year, so I'm really glad to participate with my main hat as a professor and discuss about cities and opportunities for transforming them into sustainable and resilient cities. So there are three things that are important in a way in order to discuss in this presentation. The first thing is why climate change matters. And now we are within a new storm, which is the Elia storm, hopefully not so impactful like the previous Daniel's storm, which indeed had very devastating results and casualties all around the globe, not only, of course, here, where we had great difficulties and casualties in Athens, but also mainly in Volos, Karditsa, Larissa, but in Hong Kong, in Spain, Libya, also in Bulgaria. And then this is why there is a new term that is being introduced, especially for the Mediterranean region, which is in the heart of the climate crisis. And this term is called, we discuss about supercharged Mediterranean storms or Mediterranean hurricanes. So the new term is Medicane, which means that we have intensified new strong storms. And imagine that in Greece, 3 years worth of rain fell within just 2 days. And this was supposed to be once in a lifetime phenomenon, but then we had the Elias, which was again strong, and 3 years ago we had the Janos. So we can all understand that this is a glimpse of our future, and many weather-related disasters that mark this decade have been charged or are related with climate crisis. And this is also important, taking into consideration the recent facts that indeed June and July especially were the warmest months in Earth's recent history. And imagine that in Greece we had within 1 month, within 1 month, casualties from wildfires and then from huge storms just within 1 month, and that we had great anomalies within all the Mediterranean region. The increase in the surface temperature reached 4 degrees Celsius in Italy, Greece, and Spain. This becomes even more difficult taking into consideration that due to the wildfires, we have approximately 23% of, let's say, the forest and woodlands around Attica burned, which means that we have also great difficulties to create oxygen and to stabilize local climate conditions and environmental conditions. And based on also other models, it seems like we will have strong heat waves in the near future till 2030 until 2050. And as you can see, days with more than 30 degrees will be tripled within the next 3 decades and will be doubled within the next decade. So climate crisis is here, Mediterranean is heavily impacted, our country is heavily impacted. And then comes the second why cities? Because if we want to fight climate change, then the fight must be given in cities. And the EU Green Deal has a specific chapter on how we will introduce all these mechanisms and tools into cities, going local. EU Green Deal going local is the motto. And then we have new concepts because we had the pandemic, and due to this pandemic, we discussed about the Recovery and Resilience Fund, and the locality, the regionality, and the neighborhoods are considered to be the new focal points of the cities. If we transform sustainably the neighborhoods, we can transform sustainably the cities. There are different types of concepts like the 15-minute city from Moreno, which is also used currently from mayors in Milano, Paris, Amsterdam, and many other cities and capitals. And what is the meaning of the 15-minute city? That you should be able to reach main services, which means health, schools, parks, and other places that you can have some fun, and of course green places, in 15 minutes by walking or by cycling. And then there is another rule of thumb, which is very important in environmental economics, the 3-30-300. If you see from your window, you should see 3 trees. Your neighborhood should be covered 30% with green and shadow, and around 300 from your house, you should have a park. So imagine that in Greece and in Athens, let's discuss about Athens, we have one park for 8,000 people, while the European average is one park for 2,000 people. You can understand that it is a great difficulty to reach the EU average. And also why it is important to discuss about climate change and all these issues specifically for Athens. This is the third why. Because as you know, historically, there has been, not now, an extensive network of small rivers and streams in Athens, but nowadays almost 90% of these streams are built and covered. So even though we had all these critical networks covered, we still don't have the necessary flood preparation study for Athens, despite the fact that we had the opportunity and the money available already from 2019. So here comes the adaptation of measures that we need in order to secure life and also houses and in general neighborhoods. First thing is that we need to clean storm drains. We need, of course, to improve all rainwater networks. We need to create this flood risk management study. We need to proceed immediately with rainwater networks separation from sewage networks, while there are many still in common in Athens. But the most important thing is to be able to reach the European average in terms of green, in terms of trees. And this is also important for the quality of air and the oxygen. Imagine that in Greece and in Athens, in the capital, we are almost in the bottom of the cities in Europe with in terms of quality of oxygen and quality of air. And this is due to the fact that the percentage of trees in Athens is only 11%, while the EU average is 30%. And this is why we aim, and it is realistic to say that we can plant 25,000 trees within the next 5 years. This will help us, of course, with the storms and with the rainwater in order not to see difficult situations that we saw also with the Daniel storm. And of course, Athens is a very difficult city in terms of temperature, with very high temperatures and heat waves during July and August. And like in many other cities, the challenge is to reduce the feeling temperature, not the surface temperature, which is increased and will continue to be increased, but the feeling temperature, using, of course, forests, using trees, but using also cold and super cold construction materials. And we can achieve up to 5% reduction of temperature in the difficult days of July and August. And last but not least is that we are discussing about sustainable and resilient cities, and we need to take into consideration that we need to leave no one behind. Currently, Greece and Athens huge difficulty about the housing costs, which includes also renting and energy costs, especially for the disposable income for people at risk of poverty, which reaches 60%. 60% of their income is housing costs. So while in Europe it's something like 35%, I use 2021 data because if I take 2022 with the energy war, things will be much more higher. I'm trying to be more realistic with 2021. And then this dilemma, well known all around Europe, a very uncomfortable dilemma, hit or it, since almost 6% is used for renting and for energy costs. This difficult question, the other amount of money should be used for shopping or for supermarkets or for having our house warm enough. Then the last idea for this is that we can take advantage of the current regulation and to propose to have energy communities with the participation, of course, of the municipalities, like the municipality of Athens, and with net metering, billing metering, we can provide much cheaper electricity to 40 up to 50,000 households threatened by energy poverty. And this is really critical, since we will stop subsidizing these households for having, let's say, diesel or oil for heating their houses, but we can provide them with green electricity for 25 years. This is a lifetime of photovoltaic park. So many things, last slide, many things can happen in cities. This is a picture of Amsterdam, and with artificial intelligence, very old picture, with artificial intelligence, I include also some colors. So Amsterdam was like that. And also when I started my PhD, 2003, I remember I was in Copenhagen and there was a conference like that. And then they were discussing maybe we should proceed with more bicycles and cycling in Copenhagen and how we can transform city with more sustainable transportations. And then colleagues there were saying this is something really difficult to happen in Copenhagen. In Copenhagen, we are not like Greece and we have very difficult weather, so we cannot do that in an easy way. Then we had many years, and now we are trying to be like Copenhagen and have more bicycles in our cities. Thank you very much.
So, thank you, Professor Doukas. And I say that because as part of the conference and the effort we're doing as energy economists here, we are trying to promote and reward as well at the same time academic excellence, other than the political and the business debates that we do have here over the 3 days. And indeed, from the paper presentations that we had over the past the first 2 days of the conference, we have an award to be given to an associate professor in accounting who has unfortunately had to leave last night for London, but she will be with us if already not connected online. And hello, hi, good morning. I hope you can hear us as well. Congratulations for the award. And we have the chairman of the Hellenic Association, Professor Papaefthimiou, who will be effectively keeping the award for Ms. Vasiliki. And Haris, even virtually, maybe you can say one couple of words.
Hopefully to give it next time
Physically. So this is for a paper which is called Mandatory Greenhouse Gas Emissions, so it's relating to what we were saying, reporting and firm environmental litigation risk. This is the paper that won this year's award for the prize of €800 to be given to Ms. Androniki Triandafili.
Thank you. Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Just one comment about the integrity. She didn't know about it and she left. So it's like a decision that we took today for the best paper award. That's why she's not here. And then, of course, yes, this is transparency. Yeah, it's you know, under the ESG rules, you know that. Okay, congratulations, congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank
and we
you.
will make sure that you will receive your awards.
Thank you very much. It is a paper which had the purpose of informing the policymakers on potential adoptance of new rules and regulations beyond the United States of America that can affect the markets, the litigations, and eventually the management of carbon emissions, which is such a hot topic. Thank you again.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we can proceed. We are running on 5 minutes late, and I have to also announce that we have the Secretary General for Energy as well, Mr. Evaliotis, with us. Thank you very much. Maybe we have an intervention from Mr. Nikolopoulos, a very quick presentation from Iketa Research Center. So if you can, Mr. Nikolopoulos, here. Thank you. We can listen to your presentation, being mindful of time, please.
Okay, thank you very much for your time and for asking me to participate in this interesting conference. I will try to be short to save time, as I understand. So basically, this presentation is very linked with the previous presentation, and the scope is to show you a recent developed tool that we have developed within CERT, and we currently deploy and test in European countries that is capable of measuring in real time the life cycle assessment of energy systems. This is applicable both in case of cities, on the level of districts, even on the level of buildings. So this tool is generally called Verify, and is expandable and deployable from the building level down to the level of the districts. Okay, so basically the idea is that we follow and we adopt a life cycle assessment process according to specific standards and ISO. The tool is available to examine both conventional and standard technologies. The advantage of this tool is, compared to others that exist on the market, is that it can account for both standard and innovative systems, applicable energy systems. It is in position to ingest real-time data from system operation. So this is a tool that serves the role of digitalization of cities or districts or buildings. And it accounts for, it starts from the level of manufacturing down to the level of operation and end-of-life treatment of systems. This is a very recent advancement, and we consider that as very innovative in the field, which can be tested and deployed in a number of use cases. It is positioned to calculate several KPIs, key performance indicators, starting from environmental, which can be translated into economic as well. And the audience that it attributes is related to renewable energy system technology providers, governments, regional authorities, power system operators, and in the academic audience. In this figure on the left-hand side, you can see a short presentation of the architecture. So basically, the idea is that it is in position to ingest data from real-time sensors or from external databases and data spaces that exist. It has several modules that perform the corresponding life cycle assessment analysis, and is in position to be interoperable with external EU data spaces that currently exist. So there are currently data spaces developed within Europe that gather data from system operation, and it supports connectivity with big data platforms. And recently, we have managed to connect that also with the ETS, EU platform, meaning that the real-time data that someone collects and transfers into CO2 emissions equivalent are practically be translated into revenues, in monetary revenues. So someone can have an actual current, as we speak, view of the CO2 savings, what would be the corresponding euro revenues he or she could have. So more or less, the whole idea of the platform is that someone having conducted some interventions, even on the level of planning, so can have an estimation of what would be the impacts of this intervention, both on economic, but also energy and environmental terms. In this slide, you may see several platforms, commercial and coding languages that are used to develop this tool. This is strongly innovative and requires strong coding. And here you may see the front end, the front page of this tool. So basically, there are two versions of this tool. One orients to the level of buildings, so it's applicable specifically for buildings or local energy communities. And there is an expandable version applicable in the case of cities, so much bigger territory surfaces to be covered. More or less, on the level of districts, except from the buildings that someone can include, you may include centralized storage systems like centralized batteries or even hydrogen tanks or electrolyzers, both across several energy vectors. That means that someone can have systems both on the electricity level, but also on the heating, cooling, or gas level network. And conducting the synergy of the systems on an operational level, like typical example is that of power to heat, one can have an estimation of synergetic energy system and not only standalone ones. I will skip some slides relevant to the menu that someone can have access to. But basically, the idea is that even before the operational level, the tool supports the design and planning system, meaning that someone can examine theoretical simulation platforms that are interconnected and are as well developed within CERT. So there is a connectivity of this platform with other platforms in-house developed that perform the simulation studies and provides data series. So a big difference of this tool compared to other ones is that you can have estimations and calculation of the environmental footprint, not based on theoretical and expected values, but on actual values. This is the difference, because this is based on the use of real-time data that someone collects. And instead of making forecasting, someone have the actual status. So basically, it covers both the heating network, but also the electrical network. This is what we call plans. So someone builds upon the platform the different plans that wants to examine. And even before the deployment operational phase can have an estimation through simulation, so through synthetic data, what would be the forecasted impact of them. Multiple technologies are covered. We will see that also in another slide. And here someone can have a look that indeed someone can collect various data from relevant IoT devices that the tool is able to read and ingest, while the advantage is that we can link that also with external databases, EU data spaces, meaning initiatives that run at the moment in Europe, where data collectors store data for their operation when they have, for example, local energy communities, and someone who wants to provide services to these communities can have access through also these two to these external databases. Again, this is an outline of the menu that someone can have. And in general, what we want to depict here is that we cover different sectors. We start from the building sector. We can go and include also the level of transport sector. Recently, we have expanded these tools also for the case of V2G system operation, not on only one directional, but bidirectional, meaning that benefits that the DSO can have when connected and ingesting and delivering excess of power from the battery of the vehicle down to the grid level. We include a large-scale energy production sector, so someone can have the possibility to adjust that on the level of a country, of course, with less granularities than in the case of buildings or cities. And also the case of energy sector, energy storage sector, meaning that there is a menu that allows someone to include multiple storage systems, not only electrical, but also thermochemical or chemical-based one. For example, you may see here the standard case of a battery, but also the case of a flywheel, which is a mechanical system-based storage system. Sorry. And also public infrastructure, like charging points, public lighting, and, for example, for the case of electrical grid, that of transformers. In this slide, you may see a list of representative technologies that can be covered under the different sectors that the tool can support and the user may test. More or less is what I described previously. And in the following 2-3 slides, you will see some representative KPIs that can be calculated, meaning that we can start from very important KPIs when it comes to life cycle assessment, the environmental footprint. Always the calculations are made according to specific ISOs. So the algorithms that we adopt are based on specific standards. these are not algorithms that we invented ourselves. And you may see here some representative values from some use cases we have run in the past and we currently run, while the same stands also that projections can be made up to 25 years, because always this type of analysis have a time frame of 25 years. So basically, here you may see actually that the data that are ingested or transposed from sensors to the platform can be real-time accessed. This is a web-based platform that can be installed on your computer or your smartphone. So you can have also the availability to have in front of your eyes the real operation profiles of the systems that you examine. And in this slide, you may see also relevant district level environmental KPIs that can be also aggregated according to specific timeframes that the user may impose. And all these values are transformed into equivalent primary energy factors. And also the case of life cycle costing analysis, meaning the transformation of these environmental KPIs into economic benefits. And this is also an advantage of this tool, that it encapsulates both functionalities, while more commercial ones are oriented to one type of analysis or the other one. And what I want to highlight is that this platform is not at the moment something theoretical, but this is tested in smart cities relevant projects that we technically coordinated. These are Positive and Response with the lighthouses of Evora from Portugal and Aqua from Netherlands, and Dizon with the support of EDF from France and Turku from Finland. And of course, always this effort is made with support, financial support, also for European Commission as part of this ongoing European projects. So more or less, the last thing I want to highlight is that this platform is fully interoperable. This is based on not many commercial platforms, but in-house developed ones. So that means that it is theoretically also open public and expandable to be developed further by developers. And it is a bespoke software, meaning that we are in position to adopt that always according to the needs of the user. So thank you very much for your time, and I think I saved 1 minute and a half for questions. Okay. Is there any question from the audience? Yeah, please.
So the tool is wonderful, I can say, but I have 2 questions for you. A, the real world data that we use may be sparse, they may have problems, they're not usable always. Does the user has to do that pre-processing of the data so that you're going to feed it into the program or not?
Yeah, there are 2 options. Either the user can do that, so the provider, meaning cleansing or fixing values that are missing, all these things, or we can do that. We have such algorithms. This is not a big issue for us in the end.
It's integrated in the program. I can give sparse data and it will give me projections.
Yeah, after you always, in that type of cases, you always apply some cleansing algorithms, meaning you bring the data to the granularity and the format that you require. So this is a priori something that should be always included.
All right. And the second question, but you actually answered it already. You make projections, and based on those projections, you can give the values that you discussed, right?
Always the life cycle analysis estimates the impact the environmental impact by definition up to 25 years from the moment that you make it. So all the calculations inherently have this projection up to 25 years using data that you have now that we speak, for example.
So the program does not make a projection. I give the projection to the
No, the program does that. The algorithms, inherently, the backend is doing that. What I want to clarify is that this projection is not something that we do. This is based on the standard that someone needs to do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Nico. It was a very interesting presentation, and it was definitely purposely put here because it's very interesting presenting something that is done by Greek academia, a very prestigious research organization, and I know that has took many years to develop, and it was very not easy for Nikos to present what is behind all this tool, which is a very complex, a very dedicated tool for many aspects, and also it's something that has been tested, as Nikos mentioned, nowadays in foreign countries, and it's something that I think is very interesting, and it's really worth from also the Greek state to take into account and pay attention. So the last but not least panel is a panel about Greek islands and EU islands, and we make this link as we are very happy to have here the leader of the NSOE European Islands Facility project, and of course more privileged to have here the General Secretary for Energy and Mineral Resources from the Ministry of Environment and Energy, Mr. Aristotelis Aivaliotis, and of course Thanos Aogianis, who will be leading the panel.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our panel discussion on the energy transition of Greek and EU islands. Our esteemed panelists are all very well suited to discuss about islands. Please allow me to welcome on stage Mr. Aristotelis Aivaliotis, Secretary General of Energy and Mineral Resources at the Greek Ministry of Environment and Energy, Mr. Andreas Martinez, Deputy Managing Director of Synlog and leader of NSOE program, Mr. Kostas Komninos, General Manager of Daphne Network of Sustainable Greek Islands, and Mr. Konstantinos Kiparissis, Director of Storage and Islands Energy Transition Unit at the Public Power Corporation. I think the key question before starting the discussion is how we can exploit this emerging need for decarbonizing the islands and turning it into an opportunity to foster local economies and create new quality jobs. Why islands? Why now? The negative impacts of climate change become more pronounced in the everyday life. Islands across the world are extremely vulnerable to this crisis. They are facing a number of socioeconomic impacts and challenges. These are issues that also Greek islands face, and that's why a recently launched program initiative of the Hellenic Republic, the GR Eco Islands Initiative, is trying to tackle. These are the issues the initiative is trying to tackle. And this is the basis, I think, for our today's discussion. Mr. Secretary General, I think everyone wants to know how, where we will find the funds, the considerable amount of funds that all these energy transition interventions needed on the islands will be funded from.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to address your esteemed audience. The Greek state has a very ambitious plan of green transition, and we have made a long way, and we are now in the middle of some success. almost 40% of our electricity now is produced from renewable energy sources. And we plan to achieve a number of 80% up to 2030. If we are successful in this, and I'm confident we will, this will place Greece in the before other European countries. I cannot say the first, but among the first. What we have left from this race to green transition are the islands. The islands of Greece, you know, is our main attraction for the tourist industry, which is very important for the Greek economy. We have around 1.5 million people living in them, if we include Crete. And it's about 15% of our population. And despite these are very nice places and very beautiful, and all the world is coming to see them, there are also some gray areas in them. And as part of this island environment, population is shrinking, especially in the northeastern islands, from which I come for. So my interest to the program is personal, if I may say. So the islands have left behind because they are small communities without the scale of economy which would bring investment in them in order to be able to be part of the green transition. So we have made a very ambitious program, the Greco Islands, in order to make them green very soon, each one of them. Why this is strategic? Because being the main attraction for our tourist industry, at the same time, we must make consideration that the people who come to see them come from mostly from advanced societies who more and more give credit to the green character of what they have to visit. If we left them with our old power plants with mazout or diesel, it will hurt their image. So it's not only that we want to ideologically participate in the green transition, but it's economic as well. At the same time, we want to give emphasis to their economic activity because in some areas, as I told you, the population is shrinking, and we strategically must take care of it because of the geopolitical risk involved in this. So this is why. Why now? Is why now we have the means. Fortunately, the European Commission has given us some carbon credits, which is around 2 billion euros. And with that sort of money, we can make difference. We are in the early stages to establish the program. We expect within October to make the MOU with European Investment Bank and the European Commission. And we have highlighted the areas in which we will spend this money which comes from the European funds. The one area will be to make the power generation green. That means we will finance new plants, hybrid plants in some cases, that is pumping with renewable energy sources water and then make hydroelectrical energy as well. There is one such plant in Ikaria, which is in operation. There are some proposals from Sifnos to make the same. There are other islands which have gone through the transformation, small islands like Tilos and Astypalea, through donors mainly. And we will also try to solve the problem of the old thermal stations, which are the basis to have the continuously of providing electricity, we try some ideas to make them also greener, with LNG possibly, for the transitional period. On top of that, we will finance programs to make the housing more energy efficiency, like the Execonomo we are running now, but particularly for the islands. We will finance new projects for the energy communities, for the municipalities of the islands. It's part of our Apollo thinking program. Apollo is a project will be announced soon, I hope. Big renewable energy sources fields, which will be built from with public auctions, and then the proceeds, the electricity, will be given to the municipalities in order to solve their energy demands and to provide electricity for their vulnerable populations. Other programs we have in mind are to the cold ironing of the ports and the airports, which is also important source of demand of electricity. And we will take care also for special projects which provide some protection against the climate change. This is the kind of funding we have in mind. On top of that, there is also the RRF programs, which are unfortunately will be finished after 2 years, so there is not much time to take money from them. And we also count donors. Donors, why? Because some places are so famous now, and they attract people and companies who want to demonstrate their brand in Mykonos or in Santorini or even in Ikaria, which is renowned for our long living status. That is the sort of funding we have in mind. It's not enough money to make green the whole island environment, but it's a good start. And I'm confident until 2030, we will have at least 10 more islands green and completely green, zero carbon emissions, with potential to be all of them green until 2040.
Thank you very much.
I may add one element of the Greco Islands project will be to install one or two, either one or two offshore wind farms floating, and we will subsidize the construction of them because we have a very ambitious program for offshore wind farms in Aegean. The Aegean Sea has the best aeolic wind potential in the whole Mediterranean. It's a very precious national resource, and we must take care of it. We want Mr. Stefatos is here. He's the regulatory overhead of this offshore industry to be. And we hope until 2040 to have even 10 giga. 10 giga is the present size of the Greek electricity market, and we hope to have 10 giga more in the Aegean Sea. This, of course, will be financed from big companies later on, but for the one or two first pilot programs, we will use money from the Greco Islands. And also, connecting with that is to finance some project to connect the islands between themselves or with the main grid, in order to make them the green transition easier and speediest.
Thank you very
Thank you,
much. Mr. Martinez, I think we heard how we'll find the big money to actually implement these projects. So it becomes more imminent to see how we'll mature the projects, how we'll prepare the projects, how we'll make all the studies, we'll create a holistic approach in these small, geographically speaking communities. What is the
Association, which is hosting us today, and I thank them very much for having invited us, and Cherth. So it is a very Greek project, I would say also, and we will see later, there are many Greek projects involved. But I'm also Deputy Managing Director of of Sinlock Group, which is an impact group, which has operated for 20 years now in the market. We are owned by financial institutions, we are investors, we are advisors, we are fund managers. We are currently managing €500 million of funds, mostly dedicated to energy transition. And so we bring a perspective also of how projects are developed and deployed. Where is the NESOI and what is NESOI, first of all, first and foremost? NESOI is a technical assistance platform. It stems out from the perceived need that without technical assistance projects cannot be, let's say, cannot emerge and cannot be brought to the funding, whichever funding that may be, so public, private, large, small, anyway, the issue of blending, so making sure that different sources of funding can fit together, and also that the players that are involved, so local authorities, technical providers, and financiers and public sector obviously come together. Where do we stand now? We stand that we're almost completing the feasibility studies of 54 projects in 14 countries, which involve over 62 islands and 11 archipelagos. And we have a pipeline which can be roughly estimated at €1 billion throughout these projects. In Greece alone, we have 18 projects with a pipeline of potentially €150 million approx. The problem with these pipelines is that they are mostly fragmented, but this is not a problem of islands. This is a problem of energy transition. I mean, we have two, in our experience at least, as investors, as advisors, as active investor, we have two big, the market can be segmented basically into major chunks. There are the large energy projects, the large production facilities, the large scales, infrastructure, grid, and so on and so forth. And there is a huge market, probably even bigger in terms of needs of investments, which is the local small scale projects, which is energy efficiency, which is distributed energy, which is biogas plants, which is what we call local infrastructures, okay? And this market is as essential as the former, because especially in a market which is evolving towards distributed energy, it becomes really relevant. And it becomes also really relevant to engage population into the market. I'm not talking about the PV on the roof of my house, okay, which is also relevant. I'm talking about the PVs on the roofs of the industrial areas. I'm talking about the decarbonizations of hospitals. I'm talking about the decarbonization of public lighting. I'm talking about biogas plants, which might be distributed, but might have a capex size of 3, 4, 5, 6 million euros, which are well below the radar of any major investor, okay? And NESOI, together with several technical platforms, is trying to work on this. Where do we stand with maturity? Well, some of these projects could be deployed in the coming year, couple of years, 2 years. Pace, we need pace. We need to keep them running. Some of the projects could be deployed in about 4 or 5 years. Is always, again, an issue of money. The problem with the deployment of pipelines is that it is a progressive, let's say, work. And so what I would like to suggest is that we need to find ways of keeping these platforms alive. may be called NESOI, it might be called whatever we want to call it, it doesn't matter, but we need to keep them alive. We need to keep
try and group islands together, try and help islands mature or design projects, or actually become ambitious in terms of their energy transition goals. And I will ask Mr. Komninos Kostas about the Clean Energy for EU Islands initiative that has launched a call for participation for application of interest by EU islands, which is currently open. What is this call about? What is the status? And what is this wider initiative trying to do, and where it fits together with NESOI or other EU initiatives?
Yes. Thank you, Thanos. Hello to everyone, and thank you for the invitation to join the event. And well, happy to be also with the General Secretary. I'm another northeastern islander from Lesbos, nearby island, so we share cultural common lines. Clean energy for you islands, well, we all understand that the islands have some particularities when it comes to energy production and energy management, especially those that they are non-interconnected islands, and they have thermal power production on the islands, and we have also Kostas with us from PPC afterwards. And there's been long-lasting discussions what would be the line for this transition. And there have been also efforts, in many cases, from the islands themselves and through the channels of the European Parliament to highlight these particularities and the need for some financial support or even specific regulatory framework and legislative provisions to allow this energy transition for the islands. Well, Greece is one of the unique cases, especially in the European Union, having islands of all kinds, sizes, and with intense seasonality due to tourism. Some of them interconnected, some others not. Now also with an accelerated strategy by IPTO, the TSO in Greece, to interconnect more islands. With a vast amount of renewables available there. The Commission, back in 2017, in the frame of the overall activities and the initiatives and directives they saw, especially in the winter package at that time, that islands should have a special place in the directives for electricity market and renewable energy sources. So in 2017, the Clean Energy for EU Islands initiative was launched from the side of the Commission. The previous years, there were a lot of efforts by the islanders themselves, and we as Daphne had participated in these initiatives under Pact of Islands and ISLNet and other initiatives. And in 2017, let's say, the Clean Energy Transition of Islands became mainstream for the Commission and started supporting in different ways islands to become green, as we say. Now where we exist is that there have been already 4 years of the initiative. The Commission has financed the technical assistance instrument. In parallel also NESOI, as Andreas has already mentioned. And there's a secretariat. The secretariat operates as a technical assistance instrument and management body of the initiative on behalf of DG Energy. We are now in the third term of this support mechanism, which lasts for 4 years. And after going through the previous 4 years of technical assistance, capacity building, networking, knowledge exchange, and different activities of the Secretariat, now where we stand is that there is a very clear goal from the side of the Commission and DG Energy transferred in the activities and tasks of the Secretariat to have 30 islands producing their energy from renewables 100%, covering their energy needs by 2030. There's currently a call open, which actually the deadline is next Friday, the 6th of October. Not the best date, let's say, for local conditions, because we have the local and regional elections, the 8th of October. However, we know that there is a significant interest by the islands and other organizations to submit proposals in order to get some support by the Secretariat to pave, let's say, their line and their strategy towards 100%. What is offered by the Secretariat is actually man-hours of the different entities involved in the Secretariat to formulate a strategy, try to identify financing combined with national financing from the European instruments, and also support, let's say, the initiators throughout the journey.
You already heard the General Secretary giving some examples of islands already being the front line, so we have interest from the front runners. We have also interest from Ikaria. The truth is, they have a very good starting point with a pump storage system there. So yeah, very briefly, Thanos, that's the big picture of the initiative.
Thank you very much. I think we've now got our head around how we'll be able to support the islands and the authorities there, which is it's not a given for sure. The capacity, the technical capacity of the local authorities and the local stakeholders. Coming back to the present and trying to see how the energy is produced today on the islands, especially the non-interconnected ones, and what the challenges are for increasing the renewable penetration on the islands' energy systems, reducing the current thermal plant production. Mr. Kiparisi, you are the best placed to comment on that. Please, your insights.
Thank you, Mr. Zorogiannis, for this question. It's true that it's a very hot topic for Greek islands. However, it's a challenge that all EU islands face. And the parameters that define this challenge are technical, which are somehow shared in most EU islands, with, of course, variations depending on size and local conditions. Whereas there are also regulatory and market issues, which vary quite a lot from one country to the other. However, for the Greek islands, which are the focus of our discussion today, I would kindly ask you I would like to share with you some thoughts on special let's say, shortcomings of our planning, which are quite specific to the Greek islands. I would like to share three such issues. One is the question of decarbonizing interconnected islands. When do we say decarbonizing islands? Do we mean the non-interconnected or the interconnected? I think this question has been on a European level already answered. We decarbonize all islands. However, in the Greek context, when an island is interconnected to the mainland, then it's not considered an electrical island anymore. So there are no provisions for the generation in these islands. And that's an issue. So we need to answer this question. What do we want to do in Greece? That's one thing. Second is with regard to an island being an energy exporter or importer. An island can have renewables installed on them of a size which is less than the demand of the island. Renewables which are of a size that is enough to export electricity to the mainland, and everything in between. Which approach do we want for Greek islands? And is there actually a single answer to this? Or who do we ask? Do we ask the local governments? Do we ask the central government? All of them? I think that's still an open question in Greece to be answered. And the third one has to do with the autonomy of the electricity autonomy of the islands. Again, and this unfortunately is quite relevant to the bad developments we have in the last weeks in our country with the serious floods. There is a high of critical importance, the issue of the resilience of the systems against natural threats. So the security of supply of an island and the quality of the security of the supply of this island are of great importance to the islanders. It's not enough to decarbonize them. We need to make sure that the electricity is secured, it's always there, and it's of good quality. And my opinion is that in order to have that, we need a combination of solutions. Not a single one is adequate to answer this question. And I think this bad, let's say, circumstance with the floods, as I mentioned, might be actually a good starting point to put more of the security of supply into the discussion in Greece.
Thank you very much. I think all three aspects are actually very valid. There's no single answer to any of them, and they should be in the minds of all involved stakeholders. I want actually to raise this or to hear views from the Secretary General, Mr. Evaliotis, about how you make resilient infrastructure, how you make sure of that you have energy independence and energy resilience on the islands and energy quality, and what is the involvement and the level of cooperation with local authorities or local stakeholders versus central design?
Yeah, the three questions which have been put into the audience are very important. I can comment to them. The national strategy can be only one, long-term strategy to have all islands interconnected. Why? Because, as I told you before, the Aegean Sea has the best wind potential in the Mediterranean. It's a very valuable national resource. Also, we have the sun, of course. So we have a very strong renewable energy potential to export as a country, as a nation. So our national policy would be that we don't care about the autonomy of the islands, long term. But we want them all interconnected, all of them to be carbon neutral, but also to have the ability to export to our national grid, and our national grid to be connected with the neighbor countries, and not only the neighbor countries. As you know, ADMIE discussed a very big project to export electricity to Germany. It's a long way until we have it viable, but we start discussing it. Yesterday, there were here the Saudis in order to have also an interconnection as far as the Indian Ocean. So we will do that only if we exploit the resource which we have, the Aegean Sea. This is the general picture, long term. Short term, we have to answer the local community worries. For instance, I can say 3 cases. Milos, Nisyros, possibly Lesbos, would be carbon neutral with geothermal potential. They are not. Why? Because the local communities don't want geothermal activity. Why? Because 30 years ago, they made a big mistake. They were careless, and they tried to drill, leaving sulfur dioxide to evaporate, and all the island was melt like eggs. So the local community does not want to hear about geothermal energy. Also, other islands don't want to have wind farms in their soil. There is a big debate about it, and it's nonsense, but the local people don't want them. So we have to answer the worries of the local communities, but otherwise we cannot go forth. We cannot. So short term, we have a big challenge to persuade certain islands, at least, to become the paradigm, to be a paradigm to the others to follow. This is a political task, not easy one, and we have to, the local communities, get involved in this. Because the main obstacle is that the local authorities, the municipalities, are weak. There are not a lot of people there anyway, not a lot of people to be involved in the local politics, because they have other business to do, be care of, mostly tourism. So we have, this is our big challenge. It's a political challenge, is to persuade people, at least in some islands, to become green, to be a paradigm to the others with the money and the economic activity which be created. That the autonomy, some islands cannot be connected, it's not economical, they are very small population. There, of course, we will have an autonomous, a small universe to themselves. It's a part of the answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to stay on the topic of capacity of local communities or local authorities, both technical capacity, both also the need to inform them, to educate them on these kinds, they sound nice, energy transition, green energy, decarbonization, but are not always easy to understand, or they don't always make sense to local people, and they don't see the value to themselves. Mr. Martinez, what is your view? What is your experience so far from working with islands, with local stakeholders, offering technical support to them? Are they happy? Are they willing to get this? And are they making the most out of it?
Well, if we're talking about the Greek ecosystem, I must say that is quite, I would define it a good practice. I mean, you have also energy associations which are very active, and I'm really saying it wholeheartedly because we're working across the border in many countries, and the decision to have, let's say, a very operative teams is not so common. And so qualitative, I would say, first and foremost. But this is in itself is a decision to a problem, because obviously there are problems in the local authorities, okay? So the local authorities or the communities. So if I take it in a broader spectrum at European level, obviously there are very huge differences between the projects we have in Finland, in Spain, in Ireland. But generally speaking, on energy transition, generally speaking, what we see is that the local planners are finding it very difficult to switch perspectives. So there is, and this is true because we have digital transformation, we have energy transition, we have so many transitions going on, okay, all in one go, and they're all bringing us out of the comfort zones, even at a very highly professionalized environment and groups of people. That unfortunately, since not a lot has been invested in the public sector, more or less throughout Europe in the last 20 years, obviously we have a major skill gap. So these platforms come into place a lot, but they also come into place because there is a problem of, it's a Babylon Tower. I mean, the languages of compliance have changed. The financial sector speaks a certain language in terms of compliance. The public sector speaks another language. The citizens speak another language, and so forth. You have so many layers of compliance because we've worked for 20 years in a logic of risk adversity. So we have made compliant everything possible, okay? That the layers of dialogue are so difficult that you need some, I would say, technical, cultural translators. So it's not only a matter of skills, it's not a matter only of putting engineers, legal professionals, economic professionals, but also that capability of translating whatever is being produced in something which is fungible for all the parties that have to be involved. This is really the major case. As investors, and we are, I mean, as I said before, we're managing €500 million of investments. 90% of whatever lands on our desk is incomprehensible. I'm not talking about good or bad. It's not comprehensible, okay? And we are, without modesty, a group of very skilled professionals that, let's say, we could read between the lines, okay? Imagine if that same document ends up on a desk where you don't have the same skills. It's background noise, no? So there is a strong urge for that.
I want to hear the Greek context on that and the experience from you, Mr. Komninos, in working locally with Greek islands, the front runners, as the Secretary General called them before, the examples of Astypala, Kythnos, or other islands. What is your experience from working with local authorities, local people?
Well, yeah, there's a diverse experience. Where the latest experience, let's say, with Astypala, where there was a strong motivation and a significant interest by the industry and the automobile sector from Volkswagen. The truth is that at the beginning the locals they were very skeptical, and even though that there was a significant financing and a lot of motivation, let's say financial motivation to change their vehicles and buy an electric vehicle. They were even that in that case quite skeptical, and they needed support and they needed to clarify things, and you need to take them by the hand even for submitting an application on the online platform. But yeah, when it comes to energy, as the General Secretary said, there is a lot of skepticism from different groups of people. I think we need to work more on that also as a ministry too, and also trying to clarify or make more specific or tailor-made, let's say, even the legislation for spatial planning for renewables in different islands. We have this diversity. Unfortunately, on the other side, I mean, when it comes to planning, it's different planning renewables in the Netherlands, and it's different planning in different kind of islands, different slopes, and with aesthetic impact, etc. So in most cases, islanders, they are unfortunately against large scale or whatever they can see with their eyes. So if it is wind turbines, they can be seen more easily, so they don't like them. The matter of scale and the matter of amount of energy installation is very important. We know that they are, even mainly the last years with the energy crisis and the high energy prices, local authorities and municipalities, energy comes more mainstream. We've been working on that with island local authorities for more than 10, 15 years, and they were not even listening. They want to hear about water, waste management, connectivity with the other islands with the boats. Now energy is very mainstream. They want to have net metering, PVs to reduce their energy bills. They are more afraid of larger scale interventions, and that was also the experience in Astypala. Although we managed to go forward and even have now, expect, let's say, quite an exemplary project with a hybrid plant combining PVs and batteries in 2 stages. So I think that if we work closely and if we hear the locals and we have also support, and this is also the role of Daphne, that's what we are doing, and we have worked with NSO intensively. We have supported more than 13 applications and have done, I think, quite a good work working with the people there to bring different concepts of investments and projects in the islands. The islands are ready. We need to go closer and maybe create more tailor-made conditions. And don't be afraid of the locals, You always end up in a good table with some sardines or some ouzo.
Mr. Kiparissis, we hear that there is skepticism and fear for the change in terms of big renewable installations. At the same time, islanders are very well used to seeing and having big thermal plant or medium-sized thermal plants compared to the order of magnitude of the island itself. Next to them, on the islands, some of them are still in operation, some of them turned off because of the interconnection that has happened already. What is the plans? What could do with these thermal plants standing there? Can we repurpose them, reuse them? What is the role of PPC, the owner of them, going forward in your view? And I have in mind the thermal plant standing in the middle of Thermopylae in Syros, turned off, which is like a landmark in the scenery there. It's bigger than any other installation on the island, and it's not in use anymore.
I think it's critical to always have in mind that number one priority for people in islands is having reliable electricity supply. I think that's the top priority. To never forget this. Why am I saying this? PPC has undergone a strategy change in the last years. Our company is devoted in ESG principles. We have the Green Deal for power generation as the focus of our activities. So what we aim for islands is to build on the trust relationship which have built over the decades, because we are in all islands for decades there, 24/7, and islanders trust PPC for their security of supply, and we want to build on this relationship because we think it's important. We feel an obligation to continue this, even though the economic volume is not significant. And so we also want to bring into this approach which is also a circular economy approach. I should not forget this perspective. We want to bring in this question the new green services that we have developed, such as the mobility coming from renewable energy, photovoltaics on rooftops, and storage installations. But you asked about specifically about thermal power stations. I would like to share with those who may not be familiar with this. Yesterday, we had a meeting in Euroelectric where there is a network of experts. And our colleague from France, she said that within October, so in a few weeks, the island of La Réunion is going to be supplied with the existing thermal power plant with bioliquids. Therefore, they're going to turn their power plant into a renewable generation asset. This is the approach that France has decided on a national level. They have been testing this for the last years. They saw that it's reliable. So they are going full scale next month with the first island. Changing from the conventional units, which is usually thermal power plants, but can also be small hydros in some cases, to photovoltaics and wind is a major challenge for networks, and that's one of the main reasons that renewables are not developed to a larger extent in non-interconnected systems. When we lose this power from synchronous, they are called, sorry for the technical terms, synchronous generator, which is conventional plants and hydropower plants, we lose part of the stability services to the system, which come from, again, sorry for the technical, it's inertia, it's short circuit level and dynamic voltage. Unfortunately, PVs and wind turbines don't offer any inertia, and they offer small levels of dynamic voltage. So when we decrease or even thinking of phasing out completely the conventional, we need to always make sure that we know with what to replace it. So France, as I said before, has chosen to replace this with bioliquids. Okay, there are other solutions. One can apply synchronous components, such can be the most common are synchronous condenser, but there can also be, I think I heard someone from previous meeting saying about mechanical energy storage. So this is also a choice. But we need to have the stability services there always. And PPC with its thermal power plants, it's there to be part of these solutions, which to my personal opinion, it's not my company's opinion, it needs to be a mixture of solutions. I think it's best for the resilience of the system to not to rely only on a single source of stability, but to a combination. And I think thermal power plants, perhaps with bioliquids, well, definitely not without diesel, can be part of this solution. And this will also be, let's say, a perspective for our personnel there, who is a high-skilled personnel, you know, and they can be actually upskilled, okay, not reskilled. You should use their expertise and build on that further.
Okay, thank you very much. The last topic I would like everyone to make a short comment on is based on what you mentioned about, for example, another country, an example of a French island going for biofuels. what is the level of exchange of expertise and experience between EU islands with the help of all these EU-wide mechanisms and facilities and initiatives at all different levels, at policy-making level, at technical level, at experts level, at network of various islands level? We can start with you.
Yeah.
Mr. Martinez.
Well, it's very dynamic. Well, first of all, I think the only fact that they have created the island initiative through the secretariat and everything, so they've given it a virtual space, so to speak, has created interest. I must say, as coordinator of NESOI, we have many islands that continuously ask for knowledge, for best practices. We have ourselves transferred quite a bit of knowledge, as has the secretariat. There are, I would say, several hundreds of pages of dissemination that can be made through this project, which is relevant also beyond the islands. And so it's happening. And by way of example, we are working on some islands on the issue of energy efficiency in the water distribution network. I'm talking about drinkable water on islands, which is many other islands are keen to understand more, to learn about. And so it's very dynamic. It's pretty dynamic. And I think the EU Commission has done a very good job. Just as a final note, we will be launching in October, 11 October in Brussels at the EU Regions Week, the NESOI digital platform, which will basically publish a lot of this info, will allow island technological providers, finance providers to be in a, let's say, environment market space where they can share knowledge and info. So it's crucial.
Valioti, your comment on the level of cooperation.
I don't have a good knowledge of the European islands as a whole. For the Greek islands, what I know, having the experience of several island societies, which I know, I don't know them all, is that there is a lack of information and a lack of knowledge what is the future of energy for them, and of course lack of initiative for themselves. So how we can help them? In the big islands like Rhodes or Lesbos or Chios, there is a local community capable of understanding what is for them. So for the smaller islands, I'm not very optimistic because, you know, the Greek islands, the surge of tourism is of the latest 20 years. It created some wealth opportunities for the locals. Before that, these islands were neglected, poor places. The population fled, emigrated to other centers like Athens, like European centers, like New York. Or myself, I have more relatives in the States than I have in Europe. The Icarian community in America is 100,000 strong, and in the island there are living 9,000 people. Taking this example, there is some lack. The dynamic people fled, and what left was the less dynamic people in the small societies. So this creates a gap which we have to address and help the local communities understand, because themselves they are unable to do so. So what I can imagine is some national program with European help to train them a little bit. What are the opportunities for them? What are the challenges? What they have to do? And with the hope that some local resources will mobilize and take the initiative to help us transform the islands. And there we have also local challenges. For instance, in my island, there is now a mayor which understands. We speak with him. He understands what has to be done. But if he loses the elections next Sunday, the communists will come. It's a very strong communist place, Ikaria. If the communists come, they capitalize in the neglect. They do nothing because they like to have the story of we are poor and somebody has to come to give us something and fight. Then we will lose 5 more years. if we have change of the mayor there. This is an example how challenging this situation is, and what is the challenge for the political class in Athens, in Europe, to help the communities, to train them.
Mr. Giparisi, your comment on that.
I think the cooperation on the European level is very good, actually, between islands. And we have various associations and bodies. Daphne is one of them. We have been doing lots of work for several years on this cooperation between islands, also thanks to several EU-funded programs. So I think we are on a very good level on that. Also, PPC, through its participation in Euroelectric, is cooperating with other experts in islands. We have been working closely with the Secretariat on, for example, recently, last days, for the grid study. There is an ongoing study on the challenges faced by islands, by the grids in the islands for renewables penetration. And we have been collecting Euroelectric information and giving them to the Secretariat. So we are all participating in this discussion. So on a communication and collaboration level, I think we are at a very good stage. What is missing, actually, and this comes from the feedback that we get from other islanders, is a lack of implementation, actually. We have just a few months ago seen the objectives of Repower EU. Islands are not even mentioned in Repower EU. Of course, we have the political declaration of Valletta some years ago, the memorandum of split. So on political level, EU is supporting this heavily. However, I think we are missing the link to the implementation. Perhaps this link is some proper financing mechanisms. I'm not sure, but implementation is missing, but that's again a common problem for all EU islands.
And Mr. Kominos, your closing remark?
Yes. Well, the truth is that we've been working on networking islands for many years, and you have different entities, networked. So in some decades ago, it was mainly the island authorities, those that they were in some way involved in that, and they tried to use political momentum and lobbying in their parliament to create some financing. And this actually gave birth to the Clean Energy for EU Islands initiative, and this is interesting. It's an accomplishment for the islanders. What Kostas just mentioned, it is a very good example of networking DSOs. So actually, the study that the Secretariat is carrying out now, it is aiming to exchange knowledge between DSOs and TSOs and regulators managing island systems and island grids. So this is another good example. When it comes to locals, I mean, yeah, this is another story. I wouldn't say that there is so much networking in that. What I should comment, however, is that and we have seen it for many years. It is not really transferable. We say about islands, EU islands, there are so much. There's so much difference, and what Kostas mentioned about Reunion. There are different derogations. You have still bundled systems in the outermost regions, in the overseas territories. You have different relaxation mechanisms that they are allowed by the Commission for islands to operate. What happens in Greece? It is very unique. And this is another discussion that could go much deeper. How we actually try and which is the enabling legislative and regulatory framework to speed up the decarbonization of different islands, starting from Antikythera and going up to Crete. We have a huge variety, very different conditions, and I think we need even more focus now. We have the instruments and what the General Secretary said, different funds, the Just Transition Fund and mechanism that we need to use and all the other tools. And I think we are, it's a time of the islands.
Thank you very much. I think with this positive remark, I don't know if we answered many questions, but definitely we raised a lot of valid questions. And I think that was the point of the panel discussion. And we're here to discuss further in the coming years. Thank you all for participating.
Thank you also.
Okay, last words. Thank you all for participating in the 8th Symposium for Energy Transition. And I would like to thank the HAEE team for the work that they have put the last months and for the successful implementation of this conference. I invite you, all of you, to the next conference, which will be held back on the normal date for us, will be next May. So everybody is invited on the 9th Hellenic Association Energy Conference. Thank you all for being with us.